Policy includes having nice
and the delegates to the fourth National Teachers Congress organized by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. We have witnessed an overwhelming participation and scintillating deliberation on topics like Roadmap for Successful Deliberation of National Education Policy 2020, National Research Foundation, A Leap Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, Liberal Education, Connecting Thread Across All Disciplines, KG to K-12, New Evolution in School Education, Online and Digital Education for the past 2 days. On this third day of the event, we are now heading towards a plenary session that will shed light on the education technology, whether it is a disruptive change at our doorstep in the context of higher education. I request my technical team to kindly relay a video on the theme of this session.
In addition to digital content, NAP also aims to provide learning apps and teachers training to further strengthen online learning. Particular attention will need to be paid to emerging disruptive technologies that will necessarily transform the education system. Today, we are excited about online learning, mobile learning, social networking learning, MOOCs, virtual reality, virtual and remote laboratories, 3D and 4D printing, and gamification. We are all excited by the technology and information revolution and believe in its potential. But can we say all this is helping to produce better learning? Are we using ET's potential to make a difference in education and increase learning output? Let us discuss this now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a group photograph. I request all the panelists to kindly turn on their cameras and wear a beautiful smile so that we can capture this special moment that we are experiencing of inspiring teachers and strengthening generations. I request my technical team to kindly capture this moment, a very special moment indeed.
Done, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Dear participants, it is indeed my privilege to introduce an eminent speaker, Dr. Jayashree Shinde, the director of Teaching Learning Center established under Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching of Ministry of Education, India. Dr. Shinde has headed the Department of Educational Technology at SNDT Women's University for 10 years till 2018 and has been working in the department for the last 25 years. Her areas of expertise are educational technology, e-learning, instructional design, ODL systems, OER development, ICT-based training, interactive material development, constructivist pedagogies, innovative assessments, so on and so forth. At the SNDT Women's University and through the Teaching Learning Center, she has organized several faculty training programs targeting over 1,000 teachers from almost all states and union territories across the country. Dr. Shinde has worked as a resource person in Bangladesh, Singapore, Slovenia, and Mauritius, and has taught one MEd course in the Regina University, Canada. Dr. Shinde was standing committee member of EPG Pathshala UGC and National Mission for ICT in Education of the Government of India. She is currently on the advisory committee of NCERT, MOOC, and Institutional Advisory Board of Central Institute of Educational Technology. We are honored to have you, madam. I now request Dr. Jayashree Shindeji, to address the gathering. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Professor Chitnis, my co-panelists, Dr. Samir and Professor Morris, Dr. Desai, Professor Bakchi. Let us start with my session. I will first share the screen and then we can start discussing. I have restricted my session mainly to NEP, that is National Educational Policy. Give me a moment. Yeah. Because I thought mine is the first session, so better let me stick to what is there inside NEP, and simultaneously we can discuss the need of disruptive technology mention or chapter discussions, whatever are done in NEP regarding disruptive technologies. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yes. So, whenever we talk about emerging and disruptive technologies, as educational technologists, uh, we talk about technologies for learner-centered pedagogy. So learner-centered pedagogy is always a focus of educational technology. As we always say, it's technology of education, technique of education, science of education, and then whatever disciplines, whatever technologies help us for effective teaching learning, we accept, adapt, and experiment with that. In this AI, robotics, machine learning, blockchains are disruptive technologies, but many other are emerging technologies. And we need to discuss whether we can really go ahead and proceed with use and be readiness for using, integrating these technologies, not only use. If we talk about disruptive technologies, of course, since last more than 20, 25 years, disruptive technologies are being discussed. Online learning, virtual classroom were discussed way back, even in 2014 in a big way. 2017, two resources provide a list and discuss about virtual classroom, virtual reality, collaboration platforms, which are really important, along with AR, VR, and online learning. IoT is a big thing, and competency-based education. So we can see that along with hardcore technologies, competency-based education and collaboration platforms are really important. App-based learning and gamification is important. Again, it is reinforced now in 2020. Now we can see that many articles, discussions, blogs on disruptive technologies in the light of pandemic. So I think disruptive technologies, as we say, it's an innovation that significantly, let me
It
move the
does.
screen, give me a second. Yeah. Alters the way consumers, industries, or businesses operate. And the question is, how are we going to alter the field of education? How to bring disruptive innovation in that? Even before pandemic, national education policy started discussing about disruptive technologies. So though the world is discussing disruptive technologies in a big way after pandemic, during pandemic, we were ready with NEP. Our nation was ready with NEP, discussing these in details. NEP has presented the stages, processes related to disruptive technologies, identification, impact on educational approaches, learning processes, need of massive training and awareness, even skilling and de-skilling, research in the area, and even research of in the area of disruptive technologies, and also research on impact of disruptive technologies on education. We will be discussing these points hereafter. The first question is, do we really need to worry this kind of statistics? Because why do we discuss will really give us some base to decide, to take some decisions as a teacher. Throughout the presentations, I will be talking as a teacher. So, as a teacher, do I need to see that 31% of my youth is not employed, neither education nor training? Whether business relevance of tertiary and basic education is only 37, 38%. Supply of business relevant skills are only 42.3% in my education, and digital skills among active population up to not even 50%. This is the recent report of World Economic Forum. And this is India case. This is the case of India. This is the statistics of India. So again, as a teacher, do I really need to worry about it? NEP says yes. NEP says transformation through disruptive technologies in the education system is very much needed, but unfortunately, present education systems' inability to cope with this rapidly changing technology and otherwise disruptive changes in all areas is really an alarming situation, and education system of India needs to take uh, focus should focus on these changes or our inability to change or cope up with the change. So do we need disruptive innovation in education also? Because to cope up with changes in disruptive technologies, in disruptive environments, disruptive innovation education is also needed. I know that this is just a panel session and presentation for 15 minutes, but if participants can, I do not know whether they can chat on YouTube currently at this time, but the question is, I want to know if anybody whoever is watching YouTube, has anyone purchased either of these in during pandemic? Either dishwasher or sweeping robo. So I'm sure sale of these two things increased. Maybe there are some reports also that sale of either of these increased during pandemic because home assistance was required. Work from home and work for home was really a very tricky situation. So it was required. Now
Ma'am,
the
we have got replies in the chat box. Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. We have got quite a few replies in the chat box from
oh,
our participants.
but is there any yes in that?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The reply is in fact positive.
Positive, yes. Now the question is, because we did not have home assistants, we purchased these machines and robo. What once we have home assistants at home? Rather, we have started having, because we almost all have started going to office, and particularly educational institutions, higher education institutions, teachers have started attending full-time duties. So, do we, after we have home assistants, do we require these machines? My answer is, because I have these machines, my home assistant can use her quality time in some other household things which are more needed. For example, cooking nutritious dishes. Anything else, just instead of wasting time in cleaning so many vessels 3 or 4 times a day, 5 times a day. This is just an analogy. I'm not talking about this household robots and machines. The point is, if machines are utilized for our taking away our excessive burden, then can we use our learners' precious brains for higher thinking skills? Are we not using their time, their brain, even technologies which they have, just for lower thinking skills, or not even thinking skills, just fact-based knowledge? NEP objects that. NEP says that please do not excessively burden students with factual knowledge. Let them develop higher order competencies which are tremendously neglected in our systems. And disruptive technologies can help our learners for creative and constructive thinking. So if we all agree to this, that let us shift the focus of our learning brain processes in our learners from mugging up, recalling facts to thinking, analyzing, applying knowledge, then how would the nation achieve it? What does NEP say about it? NEP says two participants have raised hand. So I will need to shift. Would anybody help me, or do we discuss later on? Just technical team can let me know if I need to attend immediately to the raised hands.
I think you finish your presentation and then you take questions. So that
I do not have to shuffle between full screen and this. And
yes,
this is
exactly. Yes.
1 more minutes maybe.
Yeah.
National Educational Technology Forum is a suggestion in NEP, and it says that NETF can explore emergent areas, technologies, inform ministry about current disruptive technologies which require attention. Then ministry needs to present, identify the technologies whose emergence demands are responded, or there should be responses from the education system rather for our users. And along with NETF, National Research Foundation can pick up those emerging technologies and disruptive technologies for further research and innovation. Even NRF as NETF can suggest, NRF can identify current disruptive technologies which are going to have immediate impact on education. Particularly, NEP has mentioned about artificial intelligence. So advancing core AI research, developing, deploying application-based research, advancing international research efforts to address global challenges are needed, and those will be the functions of NRF, or should be the functions of NRF, are the suggestions of NEP. Now, if NEP national institutions are going to follow these guidelines, assuming that these guidelines are followed, given by NEP, what would be our role in it? What are HIs expected to do? So again, NEP says, conduct research in a big way on disruptive technologies, create instructional material on such technologies and cutting edge domains, develop courses, develop online courses for these domains, assess their impact on specific areas such as professional education. So foster professional education, see the impact of such material and online courses. And once we assess, evaluate this kind of courses, then we can go on the mass scale, on attaining maturity, scale these teaching and learning skilling efforts with targeted training for job readiness. I would like to switch off my video because it is actually obscuring the screen. I think I need to again start. Sorry for the interruption. I could see on YouTube my face is obscuring the reading area, material area. Yeah. For HEIs, there is another suggestion of developing and launching PhD and master programs in core areas such as machine learning, many multidisciplinary fields, and even professional areas like healthcare, agriculture, and law need to be integrated. We need to develop and disseminate such courses through MOOCs, maybe along with MOOCs, SMOCs. In 2014, resource presents SMOCs as one of the disruptive technologies in education. And we, of course, have our national MOOCs Swayam. Blend these courses with traditional teaching. So undergraduate and vocational programs can be integrated, and we can have a proper blend. Now, top five tech trends identified by Watech.com ease of accessing education, focus on personalized education, automated educational institutes, AR, VR, and dependency on data-driven insights. So these are identified in 2020 as EdTech trends, which really shows amalgamation of disruptive technologies and the field of education. And the question is, if that is the case, how would we as teachers achieve higher thinking skills, achieve adaptive learning, achieve development of divergent thinking skills, so that our learners cope up with disruptive technologies. Application, adaptation, and customization of any knowledge, which is very much needed. Personalized learning experiences. So I have just abbreviated this as PPAL. So professional, personalized, application-oriented adaptive learning, which will be based on learner analytics, which is again a very demanding disruptive technology of the day. We should have ties with industry partners, as NEP suggests. We should be ready, and readiness of institutes for skilling and de-skilling is very much demanded and needed. And for me, developing skills of acquiring new skills matters more, as I always tell my students that here we will give you a few e-learning skills. We offer master's program in e-learning. So the skills which are given or trained students explore, those skills will be hardly for 2 years. The moment they enter into the real field, these skills may not be of any use. So instead of learning specific skills, developing skills of acquiring any new skill becomes more important to cope up with all these disruptive technologies. So coming to a teacher, these are screenshots of one of my sessions. One alternative I talk, other alternative I present, and third alternative my learner presents or demonstrates. So in this particular session, I had not presented. I have just shown the levels of interactivity in multimedia, which students explored, and they demonstrated various web-based learning applications, which shows these interactivity levels of interactivity. So learners demonstration, identification, exploration of examples matter here more than I teaching them different theories or labels or types. Along with students' explorations, students' presentations, I think these three are very important for disruptive innovation in education, according to me. This is another screenshot of my last week's students' work, where training program plans are developed by them, online course plans, and these plans are reviewed by their friends. So while reviewing, they have praised the plan, they have questioned, posed some questions on their peers' plan, and they have polished. They have provided some suggestions. And the student whose plan was in this particular screen I'm talking about, whose plan was reviewed by other two colleagues, she has responded either thanks for pointing out, or if her side, she has any side justification or explaining why she has done so. So answering questions and accepting or rejecting suggestions and thanking for the praises. So the entire activity was done among themselves. I was nowhere partner to it, but that gave very good feedback to students on their own session plans, much more rather than a single teacher giving feedback on everybody's session plans. So this kind of communication, collaboration, co-creation among students, among learners, may allow them to be ready, future ready for this disruptive world. Are there 1 or 2 more minutes? These are just 2 slides, so please let me
Yes,
know.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just two
Sure.
Two more points which are discussed in NEP, apart from innovations or disruptions in education in the sense pedagogy. NEP says that we also, because data is a key fuel to AI-based technologies, and as I said, NEP has extensively focused on AI as disruptive technology. So, uh, if we are going to deal and our students are going to deal with such a huge data, and if learner analytics and IoT is going to be the major central disruptive technology, do we need to raise awareness on issues of privacy, laws, standards associated with data handling? Because our students, whether we teach or not, our students are going to enter into the world with a lot of data handling. And if education system doesn't make them prepared, ready, then they will suffer. They will again be underemployed, unemployed, and ultimately our nation will suffer. Even NEP highlights ethical issues surrounding the development and deployment of AI-based technologies. So there are ethical issues involved which need to be taken care of, again by HEIs. So education needs to play a key role in these awareness raising efforts. We need to be even more aware, and we need to prioritize attention to clean and renewable energy, water conservation, sustainable farming, environmental preservation, and other green initiatives. So, disruptive technology for these changes, disruptive technology carefully, with the precaution and focus, one attention to these issues. These are the two things NEP had suggested very briefly, but yes, which demands huge debates, discussions, work for all of us to go ahead. So, thank you. So, as American language says, ready, get set, go. Thank you. I will stop.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would just
Thank you so much.
request Suhasini, ma'am, that shall we take the question answers together later after all three speakers have addressed the gathering, so that it will be better?
Yeah, I feel that we should take at the when
End.
all of them present, and then we will take,
Exactly.
because we will have time at a stretch.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely, ma'am.
And maybe some answers are there in the next sessions.
Right, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much once again, ma'am. As we all know that the student today is not considered as an empty vessel to be filled with facts and figures. Your talk on competency-based education, especially from a teacher's point of view, with all analogies and acronyms, has helped us understand the significance of use of multimedia and materials in enriching the learning experience. Thank you once again, ma'am. Dear delegates, it is now time to introduce a reputed personality, Dr. Sameer Sahasrabuddhe. He is the director at Educational Multimedia Research Center situated at Pune. Prior to this, as a research scientist at IIT Bombay, he has contributed in the development of the learner-centric MOOC model at the IDPET and the MOOCs platform IIT Bombay. He has created many learner-centric MOOCs for platforms such as IIT Bombay X, edX, and Swayam. His course on 3D visualization and animation is subscribed by over 25,000 learners across the world. It was shortlisted for the edX Prize 2019, is converted to an ebook, and is also being used as a curricular course in 3 Indian universities. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe holds a PhD in communication, postgraduate diplomas in distance education and animation filmmaking, and a graduation in fine arts. He has been a member of academic councils and boards of studies for many universities. He also has been a principal investigator for projects by the Government of India and recently for Kyoto University, Japan. Apart from publishing widely in the research domains of 3D visualization, creating animation for education, enhancing engagement in MOOCs, He has bagged awards at various film festivals for his documentary and animation films. We are indeed honored to have you, sir. I now request Dr. Samir Sahasrabudhe to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. And uh, I think that's a advantage of being at the position of Virat Kohli rather than being the opener, because openers do a lot of job for you already. And I think I enjoy this situation, being in the middle order. So Dr. Shinde has already touched the right chord by talking about the national education policy, which has a lot of pointers for the topic today about what changes are expected and are going to come and how to deal with them. I am like my introduction says, I am going to take up a slightly a designer's perspective towards the whole thing, so that I stick to my skin, right? So let us see. Uh, I am going to talk about a particular point which is complementing what Dr. Shinde just said. So, as mentioned in one of our slides, that NEP expects creation of online material, assessing the impact of that, and the scale factor, like how we can reach out to the maximum number of people using this. So, one of the techniques that I have used in the recent past, and especially during the pandemic area, which has been really useful and kind of an enlightening experience for me, is what I thought I'll share with all of you. So when we talk about this scale and adopting of technology, uh, I use something called as communities of practice. Now, this is a well-researched domain. I don't have to give a list of things, but yeah, initial work was done by Lev and Inger in 1991, which talks about a community coming together under a common theme. In our case, it was getting uh, engagement back to online material, because we were in what we call as emergency remote teaching mode. Suddenly, nobody imagined of online teaching all the way. So all those people who were worrying about this problem came together. We developed some certain shared practices. That is the second part of the COP. And when we do that, we propagate that uh, uh, towards creating new COPs. So each one member of the community actually becomes the center of a new community which is around him or her. And in India, it is a beautiful opportunity, because the moment I say that I have a community of practice on learner-centric MOOC model or something like that, I have a representation from all parts of the country, all parts of teaching learning styles, levels, subjects, domains, etc. So there is enormous possibility of creating a new community of practice around that particular thing. So people in science domain actually have their own community, and so on and so forth. So once I say this, why do you think it works? Because we have a challenge. We have to empower faculty for integrating pedagogy with technology. We have to design engaging content, and effectiveness of online teaching is still questioned. And this is to be implemented at such a large scale of 1,000 universities we are talking about. So this itself is a daunting task. Now, online education becomes one of the solutions, right? So everyone agrees to that part, though, that online will be definitely addressing the scale factor, because we will be going on to the lot of people at the same time. For example, MOOCs, we can create MOOCs and go ahead. We can also reach them online. However, there will be some challenges. So that is the question here. So can you just type your challenges in the chat? So the moment we go online and create some online content, are there some challenges that can actually pose a problem to this particular solution that we are trying to build up? And if they are, you can just start posting them somewhere. Okay. we'll just keep reading them whenever we can. And so the challenge is when we deliberated within our community, the ones which came up were like this. So they were about completion rates of online courses. They were about engagement in the online courses. They were about the diversity of learners who uh, who come from various levels because it's an online course finally. And what about the pedagogical design of these things? So these were the challenges, and therefore the solution what we realized should be used is to use community approach for this. And now if you want to address attrition and nurture some peer interaction and contextualize the content, um, we can talk about that, and I'll just show you how it was done and how it can be done. So the entire plan is to enhance the online teaching learning experience by implementing these things, right? So let's see some comments. No learner engagement, yes. Okay. So what's the solution? Like one of the solutions that we thought of was implementing a learner-centric MOOC model. This model actually suggests implementation of some active learning strategies that are really proven elsewhere to be added to the content creation in the online MOOC. And it's a prescriptive model. And when I say prescriptive, actually it has not only the guidelines and steps to implement that, but it also has constructors which you can actually download, and you can create your own content using those constructors. So that is why we call it as a prescriptive model. And we have four different areas of development, and the central area is called as the orchestration, which is actually at the hub. And why word orchestration of online content? It is simply because in an online mode, in a live orchestra, you have a brass section and a percussion section and a string section, and the conductor or the composer decides like which section should come and play the particular piece at particular time. So similarly, as online instructors, we should be orchestrating the delivery of the course, where we choose the right medium to address the right options. And that I think will be an important decision to make, because not every time you will come across situations where a particular medium will work. So you should be able to adopt and adapt for the change, and change appropriately you can add up to that. So so the model suggests that don't have monologues, instead have a small reflection spot in the video, like you saw what Dr. Chinde did, and just a pop-up question where people were started answering, converted that dialogue monologue into a dialogue. Similarly, having an activity immediately after every content, whether it is a video or a PDF or a podcast or whatever, is also a very helpful thing. And having additional reading material which has chunk of information clearly mentioned also helps in the consumption of that. And finally, interactions which have focused questions so that the people can definitely talk around it is roughly the kind of model that I'm talking about. You can learn more about the model on lcm-model.org, which will be useful for people. So when we did that, what was the community approach we took? So the first option we used was, out of the toppers of the earlier offering, we invited them to become the moderators of the next offering. Now this decision was quite helpful because not only they had passion for the topic, it was proven they were already in that course last time. Secondly, they were feeling a nice incentive to be the moderator this time. So you are on the other side of the table. So you are ready to help others who are now trying to learn the same course. They themselves started creating various communities using ICT tools and other things. And we also incentivize this mentoring by giving them certificates, and in fact, sometimes even monetarily using the CSR funding that we receive from people. But effectively, what has happened is that we now come back to see that there are some nice communities of practice in various universities that have been created who are working around the learner-centric MOOC model. And they come back and tell us that, okay, now next time we are offering a course, or even just for this remote teaching that has accidentally posted on us, I have started using reflection spot idea there, or I have started using a discussion forum which have a focus question there. Now, this is where we feel is the community approach which is getting utilized. And for that, we have started a Telegram channel now where more and more such people are joining us. We have a list of a lot of them who are creating that, and we are inviting their stories for that. So this is how it worked for us in the COP domain here. So we had the domains of effective integration, and what communities got created is very important. We have a community of course designers who are creating their own courses. There are teaching associates who are helping these course designers. There are mentors. There are local facilitators because India also needs language-based mentoring. So we have a bunch of local facilitators. In fact, in one of my courses only, I found out that the success rate was very high because a teacher in Gujarat used to play my video and then translate that into Gujarati immediately for the benefit of the students. And then we realized that the passing percentage is very high in that college. And we also have a battery of discussion forum moderators. I can really call it as a battery because there are almost close to 100 people who are ready to become the discussion forum moderators, and we have to literally choose them based on certain criteria now. Uh, and what were the outcomes? We had multiple online courses created. We have conducted a lot of faculty training sessions, which are conducted by the toppers of that course. So now it is like a situation where Samir or Professor Sridhar or Sana don't have to go everywhere. There are these next batch of people who can conduct the sessions on their own. The slides are released in open source like this one, and they can download it from any place and just go ahead and do that. We have published on various topics regarding the learner-centric MOOC model. And of course, we have reached out to a lot of participants through this. Just one example of how vigilant the discussion forum moderators can be. This example is from another course on animation, which I teach, but example is still relevant. In a submission of an activity, a post read something like this: the car animation is submitted with all these things, but the trees are created by my 10-year-old kid. So this sentence otherwise can be easily lost in the 25,000 plus course registration. But because we had a vigilant team of discussion forum moderators, one of the moderators actually caught this phrase and wrote back to saying that, okay, it is really nice to hear how good 10-year-old champ can model. We would love to see more work and all that. And finally, I got in touch with the father and had a nice video call with the kids where I could see them. And I was amazed to see that 10-year-old kid actually doing excellent work in 3D animation. Now, these kind of examples are only possible with a community effect. Because if you ask me, frankly, as an instructor, I would not be able to assess these kind of instances alone. So that is where, okay, I have a picture also of these kids. So look at these two kids here. They are showing their ages with their fingers because there was some audio problem. So I asked a question, how old are you? And then they are showing their fingers to tell me that they are 8-year and 10-year-old. These are from Jodhpur, Rajasthan, and students of Kendriya Vidyalaya there. And it was very heartening to see such things. Also, we had another example where people have started recording their videos of experiments that they are conducting within their classrooms, like a think, pair, share activity conducted by someone was posted to us. And this Professor Kulkarni, actually from Hyderabad, shot the entire proceedings and posted it back to us. Now, these are the instances. I think I have a story about it on my blog, which I will post shortly for people who want to read it. And therefore, it becomes very interesting that how this community has finally got. So I come to the slide of takeaways. We need to build collaboration among teachers and create communities of practice to empower them. But more importantly, I also feel, do we need to have a carefully designed program for learners about how to learn in online mode, because this is also new to them. So we should be aware of things. So, and going forward, I think this is here to stay. So what are we doing for empowering them in order to get onto this online teaching learning bandwagon and make the most of it? So I thought it's almost close to 15 minutes. So I would like to stop here. I have an announcement slide which I can keep flashing on, because this is about the course which is coming up for people who are interested. But yeah, this advertising break can be taken later. So we'll go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think we know that technology in education has truly defined array of tools that help in advancing student learning. But your talk on effectiveness of online education from a designer's perspective has provided us with very useful insights in implementation of active learning strategies. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to now introduce an erudite scholar, Professor Sebastian Morris, Professor of Economics at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He is a postgraduate scholar from IIT Bombay, and his interests include international trade and investment, industrial development, economic history, public sector, infrastructure, and small firms. He was a recipient of the Ford Foundation Postdoctoral Fellowship in International Economics. He has won the EXIM Bank and International Trade Research Award. He was visiting faculty at the University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, and has also worked as Calcutta correspondent and senior staff writer for Business India magazine and associate professor at Institute of Public Enterprise, Hyderabad. Sir has co-chaired and designed the several Phase 5 programs for the IAS. He has published 7 books, 26 articles in referred journals, 32 book chapters, 34 working papers, 40 articles in financial magazines, and has 32 memberships in prestigious foundations and commissions to his credit. He has consistently been rated among the top post teachers at IIMA and has supervised 13 PhD research projects. We are indeed honored to have you, sir. I now request Professor Sebastian Morrisji to address the gathering. Over to you, sir. I'm sorry, sir, you are on mute.
Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, what I'll do is I will talk about the challenges to world-class higher education. So what I mean by that is taking higher education to world-class, okay, in India. And of course, I don't know, the context is disruptive technology, and I would think that disruptive technology, we should not expect technology-based transformation of education in the country when everything is not hunky-dory with it. There are of course certain segments of education which about which one can't quibble much. They are of very high quality and reputation. However, the hope and hype that technology will solve our higher education problems and lift higher education to the world class would be quite misplaced. In fact, I would think that many schools are bound to lose their reputation relative to other schools with the rise of technology, because we have already seen in the COVID when the pressures for innovation came from the demand side, not just from the supply side. Okay, the reach of some of the highly reputed educational schools elsewhere in the world, and perhaps a few in India, like maybe IIT Bombay, my own alma mater, and so on, has actually increased at a long-term challenge to other educational institutions. Okay? But I don't believe that the MOOCs, synchronous education, which is online classroom and so on, would dramatically change the content or the quality of education just because the pedagogy has changed or has a potential to change. Okay, so therefore there is a need to get back, and although it's very unpopular, okay, to really re-examine our situation and the policy as well as the framework of higher education in the country. It's interesting that the new education policy has come. Okay? And there are many things which are moving in the right direction there. However, I would think that the basics of the structure and design of higher education and of the policy of higher education has to be correct. Okay, so what I would do is I'll just very briefly speak on the problems, and then we'll go on to a very quick diagnosis, and then I would suggest what needs to be done. Now, I'm saying this, and I chose this topic with a specific reason, lest we get carried away by technology. I mean, I was witness to a particular situation where the chief secretary of the Department of Education of a certain state government, I don't want to name, was insistent that they could solve the problem of school education. You know, the fact that so many children in rural and other areas are being denied reasonable quality education because the schools are all, for all practical purposes, just not working. By saying that, look, we'll give a iPad-like device to all children. Now, what was the purpose? That they would mark the attendance of the teacher on the iPad. Okay, so I was in a role of reviewing this whole plan, this very ambitious plan. So what I said is, look, they are young children. Okay, they're going to mark the teacher's attendance anyway. The first thing the teacher will do is to teach the students to mark the attendance. So how are you so sure that the teacher stays engaged? Okay, and even if he or she stays engaged, do they have the resources? Okay, the answer was no, that's not a problem. We'll put CCTV in every classroom. Okay. I said, look, make a back of the envelope calculation on how many CCTVs you'll put. After a while, they said around 20,000. I said, look, for monitoring 20,000 CCTVs, you will need a number of people. Okay. As yet, AI has not evolved to a point where you can monitor what is actually happening. At best, absence or not can be. So, it went on like that. And finally, we said that, look, there was a world in which there were no CCTVs, there was no IT, and yet there were great schools. Okay. And there were great teachers, and there were great systems. Okay. So we need to get back and kind of ponder about, what is it that has worked and not worked in our country and why it has not. And therefore, does the new education policy kind of incorporate that? Or is it a lot of, feel good factor? Okay. So let me lay out the problems of higher education. Okay, only a very thin section of the higher education is actually world class. Okay, and I would think that even the topmost IITs are struggling very hard. I mean, despite all odds, there are wonderful people out there, and it's not just the IITs, some of the private schools as well, but they remain very expensive on a clear consideration because their scales are very low. Okay, they don't have enough people. Their scope is hardly there because they're just technical schools pulled out. They don't have the university character. The lower level of service which is available, or the poor, somewhat weaker environment which is available, is made up by extraordinarily good teachers and very, very good students who come from the cream of the cream. So it's faculty ability, a number of returnees faculty from abroad who have been trained elsewhere in the great knowledge creating institutions of the world, that actually saves the day. And for these very few, what I would call high quality institutions, that is, if schools are bad, then higher education can only do so much to cope up with it. And I agree fully with that. So it all kind of goes back to why schools are not great. Okay. Again, when I say they're not great, I mean the average, the median, and so on. There would always be a thin elite in the country which is world class. Okay. So bear with me on that. Okay. And what are the problems with the foundation? The foundation is rote learning rather than understanding, more in facts and fact-oriented subjects. The Abhyas model, which Indians are very, very difficult to abandon, just mug up, and mug up, which comes from our very being, it seems to override everything else. Okay. And as a result of this very few seats which are available for quality education in the country, the fight for that is very high. And the very preparation for this can often be destructive. I know students who waste 6 years of their life preparing for an IIT, then getting in, and then preparing for an IIM for another 3 years and getting in. And 6 good years, 5 good years are lost. And this is true whether it's for medical education, engineering, or whatever. Today, even law. Okay, you take a break and do all that. Now, this is valuable, excellent young person's time, and he or she something or learning actually, instead of preparing for a 10th standard exam over and over again, which is what happens when you prepare for an IIM. Okay, so that's a huge waste in human resources. Actual learning, we know, if at all you want to call it learning, happens in tuition classes and Byju's and all that. So there's something terribly wrong about India's educational system, and I think we can't get out of that. We have to face it squarely. You can't change it and have a review where you move from 10+2 to 10+1+1 and all that kind of nonsense. Okay, so now let me talk about the real problems. And okay, so let's say I would think that there are very few. There is a historical problem. See, all our universities started as affiliating colleges, as affiliating universities, with the colleges being separate. Okay, so they never really had in-house delivery on a large scale. They had on a tiny scale. Okay, whether it's Calcutta, Bombay, or Pune, or some of the universities, or Madras University. So the affiliating colleges were large, underserved, underfunded, and so on. And therefore, the universities became more of syllabi setting, regulation, intruding, rather than actually doing good education. So when post-independence, when they expanded, a few of them did expand, but not to a sufficient scale and scope as to make public education of reasonably high quality cheaper or low cost enough. Okay. So the size of good schools in India is just too small. Okay, they're just so small in terms of the number of students that they really become more real estate entities, and they're situated on vast amounts of land gifted by the government. And so, okay? So any IIT is a highly expensive system. Okay, they could have been much cheaper if they had 5 times more students than what they currently have. Okay, and the same goes for many of the other ones. So there's a denial of scope and scale. Of course, some of the bigger ones like Kharagpur and Bombay are rapidly overcoming that, which is wonderful. So there is denial of scale and scope. Okay, and therefore peripheral or seemingly peripheral areas like humanities, sciences remain underserved and not of significant scale enough to be able to create knowledge, not just disseminate knowledge. Of course, we all know, the traditional universities were killed. Some of them were actually doing very well at the time of independence, like Osmania, Pune, and so on, through politicization, continuation of rote, absurd syllabi. Okay, you don't know what to drop. Okay, even when you introduce new things, we are very good at introducing new things, but we don't know what to drop. Sequencing. Okay, you teach somebody A. You teach him B before you should have, without teaching him A, etc. And of course, in this mess, what we did is we pulled out certain things like technical education out, a little bit of it, and created the IITs. Little bit of medical, little bit of law, little bit of management, and created management schools. Now, because these succeeded, and they succeeded because they were well funded and they had relatively some autonomy and they were not politicized. Okay, but the model of having just management or just technology is absurd. Okay, there are no great schools in the world of that kind. Okay, but that model became so strongly embedded in the minds of policymakers that you have petroleum universities. You have, universities in, I would think, rubber technology, and you can name it, all kinds of specialized maritime university. Another one I'm associated with. So these are all Indian penchant for shooting in the dark. Okay? So there's a lot that policy can do. Now let me come to the private schools. Okay, now the private schools are an effort to overcome some of these debilities. Okay, but improper regulation, a regulation in form rather than content, and often by a body which was thoroughly corrupt, okay, has led to all kinds of problems within the sector. Okay, there is a denial of scale by the regulator to the private schools, and scale I think is very important. Of course, as a private or as a school which starts late, private or public, there is always a reputational barrier to overcome. And some of them have come to a point where they could have jumped the reputational barrier. Okay, some of them have the scale. Okay, however, they are mimed and kind of going up because there's no public funding for it. There is no public funding because they don't want public funding. They don't want public funding because if they get public funding, government is going to intervene. Okay, so the point is that all great schools in all over the world, government gives money to independent boards, originally private, originally charitable, originally state, originally municipal, but now having come of a certain age, government gives enormous amount of money without actually interfering in the day-to-day affairs. So that's important. Okay, little surplus in fees. Actually, the idea that you can run an educational institution entirely by fees may work for management, may work for engineering, some of the appropriable areas may work for law and so on, but not for polyclinical university like education. Okay, so there is a limit to charity also. Okay, charity has come forth in a big way in India. Some of these schools were started by professors and educational institutions, and those have retained and built up tremendous reputation. However, they need to make that that transition, and they would not be able to make it and reach anywhere near world class unless there's enormous amount of funding from government without interference, as I said. Of course, some of them need to change their management style. Many have, to non-corporatist, more stakeholder kind of models, in which the internal stakeholders, particularly faculty, students, as represented by their alumni, have a larger stake. And I think that's very important because almost all schools anywhere in the world which have reached a world class are all managed in a certain way. They all have the same governance structure. There's hardly any difference anywhere in the world. So what's the way forward? I would think that government needs to initiate a dialogue with some of the private schools which have come of age, which are ready. They're almost at the table. Okay, they've got systems, processes right. They're very keen and so on. For massive government funding, so they can scale up. Okay, they're already scaled up, so the quality can now improve with the investments. Okay, accreditation and ranking, a great thing the government did, and that's working. Marginal improvements are required. Corporates need to understand that they should fund without and keep their mouths shut and not tell what the school should do or how it should be or what should be taught or what the priorities should be. They can lay out some broad guidelines, but obviously no interference in the way faculty manage these schools or the way these schools are managed. Okay, the public universities all need to go onto a stakeholder model with alumni and faculty, keeping political interference out. Less said the better. Hardly likely in the immediate future. Reworking scale and scope. Many of them are underscaled and so on. The mergers could happen so that they work on the scale and scope. Some of them need to be shut. They are worthless. A lot of them are sitting on top of massive land. It is not being used in any significant way. Okay. A lot of public schools are like forested territories. Nobody else has that kind of universities anywhere in the world, where you have acres and acres of land lying around with some few stray buildings, and that's a public university. Okay. You need to invite the big private schools or even other public universities which are suffering on a land constraint so that they can swap. They can come in and set up. Okay. Yeah, so using land in a more fruitful way, multi-storied, all of that, becomes very important. Efficient and functional use of land, that's decentralized and faculty-driven content. I don't think Government of India needs to lay out any sort of content. Okay, broad guidelines are all that are required, and let the universities decide. Okay, and let them, and their content should be made publicly available so that people can see. Consortia funding for the leading universities, and of course some of them which are good, like the IITs and the IIMs of the world, not all of them, they need to grow out into fully fledged universities, and that I think would do the job. So I think higher education needs these substantial changes. And I'm not of the view that just by throwing technology at it, things are going to dramatically change. We will continue to be deficit, although we are an English speaking country, and therefore the scope for India to be a massive exporter of these services is high.
はい、こんにちは。
We are an
はいはい。
So I will stop here because I
あり
guess.
ます、あります。は
Thank you.
い。
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
はい、
Thank
そう、
you.
はい、出てます。
Yeah. Yeah.
Truly, your practical talk on revisiting synchronous learning model and trying to provide solutions through your interesting anecdotes has given us some very valuable insights into the higher education sector of India. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move to the quick question and answer session. I will be reading a question that we have received from the Q&A section, and I would then redirect it to our esteemed panel members, and I will request them to maybe share their opinions on the question one by one. The question is, what is your opinion in providing educational technology education in rural areas of India? I now request Dr. Jayashree Shindeji to first kindly give her insights.
I will just give one example which I learned just last week. Anganwadi, some NGOs are working with Anganwadis in remote areas and tribal areas, and I am trustee of one of the NGOs. So in trustee meeting, I got to learn that during pandemic, all of us know that children who have acquired some skills of reading, writing, speaking, may not be even writing, but speaking, they are going to be at loss tremendously because no intervention for 9 months. So this NGO has recorded 1 minute, 2 minute videos just of one competency. So the video which was shown was counting the leaves, and elder person Anganwadi Tai was showing, and the child in the video is also. So with one child they have recorded 70-80 videos, and they are continuously recording, and they are sending these videos to some families. If they have smartphone, then in the family or neighboring Tai, whoever Anganwadis or Gram Panchayat can contact, they are collecting those contacts, and these NGOs are sending from here to Parbhani. This experiment is going on in other area altogether, and this NGO is in Palghar. So the question is, about 50% of Anganwadi children in these areas are benefiting through such small videos, which they are not supposed to use because we don't recommend technology at a very lower age. But Tai figure, whoever is Tai figure in the family or in neighboring can show, or for some food distribution, once a fortnight, I think they come to Gram Panchayat office, parents. So that time Anganwadi Sevikas there intervene and talk to them and tell them. So we were again discussing about worksheets, which are not technology based, but showing the same clips. If we have paper based worksheets, which can go in these families, those who do not have smartphones. So always there is no point. We all of us know there is a huge digital divide problem. So wherever we can reach through small technologies, very simple technologies, we need to reach, and wherever we cannot reach, we need to find out solutions. But once the instructional design is ready, such a nice material is ready, now preparing such worksheets is easier. So that work it started, and parallel material is being distributed. So this is just one example I would like to quote.
Thank you so much, madam. And now we would like to hear your views, Dr. Samir Sahasrabuddheji. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, in addition to what example Dr. Sindhu cited, I think choice of media is one solution to address the digital divide. So when we say to reach out to rural areas, one of the biggest problem becomes the bandwidth and availability of power. So when we enjoy a good network and good other things here, So the solution could be that instead of the only relying on video material, like which takes a lot of bandwidth and time for downloading. So we have to take a very judicious call about whether this is the right medium for this kind of communication. So you can go for audio recordings, you can go for podcasts, you can
Podcast.
go for slides with audio, simple presentations with nicely written speaker notes, or even documents which are explaining things. So these have to be thought of. Like right now, people are not going beyond merely like, okay, if I have to teach online, let me start the camera and record my video. So that mindset has to change. My suggestion.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Now over to you, Professor Sebastian Morrischi, if we could kindly get some insights from you on this question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I would entirely agree with Dr. Sasrabudhe and Mrs. Shinde on what, individuals people can do in this world of digital divide. But, accepting the digital divide to me is the real problem. Why should we accept it? Why shouldn't, why should there be a digital divide? Now, the digital divide is the second divide. The first divide is the educational divide. Okay? Not saying that you can make your rural schools into, let's say, as good as India's international school. But my point is that look, let's compare with even poorer countries, and I would say Bangladesh. I would say, let's say Vietnam. Forget China or forget Korea or Taiwan. They've already gone. That kind of a divide that you're talking about is simply absent. Now, how did their governments, how did their systems create that? And this happened much before any digital or any such thing. 1905, Japan, every single girl child was in a good school. Okay, so we need to really get out of, this kind of, let's say, assumption that we will not be able to do anything. Therefore, let's make piecemeal efforts. I'm not saying us as individuals. We do what, as the two speakers said, we go out and try and bridge it in a variety of ways. Sure, but those are like charity. Those are like kind of what's it? A drop in the ocean. What one can do. The reality is that the way the schools are organized, the funding, all of that should dramatically change. And digital cannot, work with young children the way, we imagine it to work. We know from educationists that there can be massive media disturbance as well as media reinforcement. Okay, so beyond a point, rich media can actually intrude even at higher education. Okay? So I would think that we need to get back to the basics, use this as an opportunity to really brainstorm on it and go ahead. I would think that right now there is a danger. I don't think it's very large, to US and other schools picking Indian MOOCs and so on much quicker, okay, than our own schools are able to do. So digital divide, we need to overcome. I don't want to accept it because it doesn't cost much to bridge the divide. So if we need to feel very gung-ho about technology, then we should actually quickly be able to overcome the digital divide. I mean, we have been talking about having a universal Wi-Fi. Okay. Why hasn't it been completed? These are the questions I'd like to ask. Is there anything seriously being done there? Okay. Would it take root, or is it all very airy? So these are the kind of questions I'll throw back.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor. Actually, there is one specific question by Ms. Devika Deshpande directed to you, Professor Morris. If you could kindly shed some light on this briefly. She has asked that, sir, what kind of institutions do we need for a non-corrupt society?
Yeah, I think you need to, okay, good question, but that takes you beyond education. Okay. All I can say is that the Indian middle class, and many of us included, we believe that corruption is India's problem and we need to solve corruption. However, understand that corruption is a catch-all category. You can actually reduce corruption by not talking about it, but by doing things which will bring down corruption. For instance, in a license Raj, you will have corruption to grab licenses. Okay, if electricity is given at zero price to farmers, they'll demand huge amount of electricity, which you can't then supply, and therefore you'll have to ration. If you'll have to ration, there will be corruption. So there are many of our economic policies which are driving society towards corruption.
True.
Okay, so remove those and corruption will come down. And I think nothing exhibits this better than what has happened since the reform. When delicensing and so on happened, a lot of corruption went away, but newer forms emerged. Okay, and corruption is learn to live a little bit with that, because that's not what is hurting the country. What is hurting is plainly, inane policies which stand in the way of development or of education. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Due to some paucity of time, I think we would like to combine two questions asked by Mr. Pares, and if I'm not wrong, it's Ms. Surbhi. So the question will be directed to Dr. Jayashree Shindeji and Dr. Samir Sahasrabuddheji. The question is, what steps would you suggest to accomplish the goals of training the heart and hand along with knowledge using educational technology? So, Sahasrabuddheji, if you could answer, and then I'll request ma'am to answer.
Dr. Shinde, you can go ahead. I just hear the question in the full thing.
Right. Sir, would you like me to repeat it?
Yeah, please repeat. Yeah.
Definitely. So, sir, the question is, what steps would you suggest to accomplish the goals of training the heart and hand along with knowledge using the educational technology?
Yeah, okay. Did you say art in hand?
Heart.
Art in hand, okay.
Right.
Art in hand, okay. Yeah, so it is again what Professor Sebastian said makes a lot of sense. It is not about a structure that will make a difference. In fact, to add to the question which was asked to him, like what kind of institutions do you require for a non-corrupt society? I think we have to first agree that the institution structure right now is created for creating a corrupt society. Is it like that? No, we never thought of that, right? We never wanted a corrupt society. There is no design for that. But it is only the mindset which is creating the problem. So, coming to the question about how we can have education technology to foster that, it is see all these education technology inventions and all these startups. In fact, if you have read, the biggest sector which got benefited during the pandemic is where the investments have come to the education technology area, and a lot of things have happened. It is because people are devising new ways of consuming education, and that is where we need to be very careful about what we are providing. So we have talked a lot about it in some other place, but I will just underline that when we are designing things, if we are not keeping the learners in our domain, then we are actually only bombarding technologies without really thinking about them. So schools which have 4 or 5 hours of continuous transmission on video is not a good sign, because that always hurts the learning at the other end. So when we have to think about such solutions, we immediately realize that we don't have to go live all the time. So why can't we use our age-old principles of flipped classroom, rather than saying that, okay, everyone 9 o'clock, they should be up in their uniforms and sit in front of the camera and don't switch off the camera because we want to see and mark your attendance. Why do we have to go there? The moment we are dependent on technology for this dissemination, let us use the best facilities that technology gives us, rather than pushing our own rules and regulations. That is, I think, what is missing right now, and that is how we can achieve that.
Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, madam.
I think one of my slides, the first slide showed that when we talk about educational technology, basically we need to talk about learner-centered pedagogy.
Mm-hmm.
And everything comes for learner-centered pedagogy. So our heart and hand, everything will be there when students' heart will be in the entire learning process, and students' heart will be in the entire learning process when they have some say, they are doing it, they are thinking, and they are collaborating. So all technologies can be utilized to make learners learn instead of to make teachers teach. That should be the essence of our all processes. And that will solve many problems when everybody starts thinking, the moment everybody starts thinking, as Dr. Samir said, that do I need to stand, sit, and deliver a lecture? Do I need to have so many synchronous sessions, or do I need to create environment, maybe online environment, where students will collaborate, work with each other? They always do not need video, do not need bandwidth for that. They can use their WhatsApp groups, they can use their telephone lines to discuss and come out with some products. But always we need to have this in mind, that they should be trained, they need to acquire skills, and they need to develop attitude of cooperation, and not value of competition.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And it was indeed a very insightful discussion. Suhasini, ma'am, would you like to just say a few words before we move to the
Yes,
conclusion?
yes. I think that both Dr. Samir Sahasrabudhe and Dr. Jayashree Shinde, both of them have hit the right chord. That basically use of technology, accepting the digital divide or whatever is the situation in rural India or in urban cases, in higher education, in schools, all this is comes secondary, and the primary goal is that we want it to be learner centric all the time. We should not make it teacher centric, that I am using this, I am doing this, and my job I have done. Rather than that, coming to the learner centric approach and making the learning happen, take place, is more important than discussing or focusing only on technology. And from this viewpoint, Professor Morris has his point that do not focus on technology, focus on the basic teaching learning process first. So very well delivered points by all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suhasini, ma'am. And I now request Dr. Mangesh Bedekar ji, the head of School of Computer Science at MIT World Peace University, to kindly propose the vote of thanks for this session. Over to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Bagchi. Really, it was interesting. The eminent speakers have already given a good insight about the experiments they have done with technology, the methodologies they have implemented, and the outcomes they have seen. We really do understand that technology is here, and it was never thought about that technology might be such a key game changer. But yes, in the pandemic, probably the technology has come to the forefront up to a level to understand that technology and education can really go hand in hand, and in fact can actually go together, if I can really use the word. And I can even go on to say that even after the pandemic is over, I hope that technology enabled learning can be here to stay for quite some time. In fact, the other day we had a small discussion where we actually thought about whether these technology enabled learning sessions might have to be continued for a long time, because the students have also got into a comfort zone here. Now, going ahead, I also appreciate real inputs given by the three speakers. I would just briefly touch upon them just for the revision and summary of all the participants. Dr. Jayashree Shinde ma'am, it was really interesting from you to read about and understand about the technologies for learner-centered pedagogy. Yes, it is truly important. Many a times technology is taken for granted, or the onus is actually put upon technology for teaching and learning being happening or not happening. But probably you did mention it very clearly about the disruptive technologies that are expected to happen in the year 2020. And we definitely assume that this would be here to stay for quite some time, surely. Dr. Samir Sahasrabudhe sir, it was interesting and really heartwarming to see your explanation in depth. I could see the passion that you really were speaking on when you mentioned about the community of practice and the whole experiences that you went through. I hope this is going to be really interesting for all of us to share and obviously experiment at our end. And the links that were shared in the chat box by the, yes, I hope this is more of a subjective evaluation than an objective one. And I hope, as we very rightly say, as the beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, Probably there are going to be many people who might objectively state that these are world class, but then definitely, as you also rightly indicated, the importance of the management that comes in here at driving the higher education sector so that they sustain for quite a time. And the other key point that we would really drive from you was your experiments that you mentioned about CCTV and the iPad anecdotes that you gave, where technology is just an enabler. Technology cannot be a problem solver. So we'll have to really use technology to the best way possible and try get it adapted to the teaching learning. So we get to see and understand that technology can really help. So I would want to just conclude this small conclusion for all the three speakers by only driving out 2 points that my fellow budding teachers and researchers in technology and pedagogy would definitely get a lot of inputs from the experiments that you indicated, the observations and results that you reported in your small brief talks. And we definitely understand that technology is going to be here for education pedagogy systems. And we really see technology to be a game changer. Looking forward for technology playing more vital roles in the technology and teaching learning situations. And looking forward for more interactions on these and reports from other budding teachers about how did they use technology, how did they experiment with it, and what are the observations that they report, so that it obviously becomes a learning for all who are concerned here. That is it, what I would like to conclude briefly. I would hand it over back to Dr. Bagchi, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for that quick revision, and conclusion. And before formally ending this session, I would now like to announce that, dear participants, please stay tuned for our next session, which is going to be continued on this very link. And the topic is internationalization of Indian education. We start sharp at 4:30, so please don't leave. Please join us at 4:30 sharp for the next session on internationalization of Indian education. And the most important takeaway of this session, which is teachers' transformation from a sage on the stage to guide on the side, has really been the most important takeaway for all of us. And I really thank all the dignitaries on the online dais from the bottom of my heart for having such a valuable session. So with the permission of our authorities, may we now conclude this session?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. Stay safe, take care.
Yeah, thank you.
MIT School of Government is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. MIT School of Government is now a part of MIT World Peace University. It offers a 2-year postgraduate degree program in political leadership and government, MPG. The program comprises of 1 year on-campus learning and 1 year off-campus training. Young leaders of our country should respect the politics, They should not feel that all politicians are corrupt. In order to strengthen the democracy, students having good character and value should enter the politics. This is the thought given by Rahul Karad. MIT SOG is spreading this thought in the youngsters. Till date, more than 350 young leaders are set for their mission. They have grabbed key positions in the political parties or government regulatory organizations, and some have succeeded in getting the memberships of the legislative bodies. Obviously, it has backbone of the education imparted at MIT School of Government. Eminent speakers from all walks of life, be it politics, journalism, economics, sociology, film, guide the participants. Students are exposed to listening, meeting, interacting with more than 100 various scholars and speakers throughout the year. This is the peculiarity of this unique residential learning program. As a part of the program, students visit the villages, study their administrative systems, and also extend visits to the state assemblies, houses of the parliaments, etc. While doing this, they learn to differentiate, make comparative study of the developed and underdeveloped villages, better and progressive constituencies. Visits to various party offices, government offices make such student rich in knowledge and experience. They go to different parts of the country to meet the politicians and get trained with them. The program comprises of the one-year internship, which facilitates the students to learn directly from the politicians or in their offices. They are exposed to various social issues also. International study tour makes the student compare various political systems, ideologies, structure of nations. Their vision is broadened and mindset is changed. Rahul Karad, the founder of MIT School of Government, says that in order to strengthen the democracy, educated young generation must lead the politics. MIT School of Government is thus molding the students to empower themselves for knowledge, power and courage. This is a small contribution of MIT School of Government towards the nation building. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the Indian Students' Parliament, India's largest classroom to inspire, to evolve leaders in politics. Educated and spirited youth can make such big differences when they come into politics. Unshackled minds, uncorrupt minds, with a burning desire to work for the country and take the leadership roles in politics. Politics for good governance, transparency and progress. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, abbreviated as BCS, aims to awaken the youth of India to come forward and join the path to strengthen our democracy.
That's how I look at this, this very concept of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. What way the country can change. I can tell you very few people. This is not a very small number. This number can play a very big role, my dear students. You have a great future, and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the MIT School of Government, India's first school to develop the future politicians, it will go a long way.
Every year since its inception and has grown from strength to strength, BCS is an initiative of MIT School of Government, Pune.
I will work with integrity and succeed with integrity.
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, in its decade-long existence, has become an important aspect of ever-evolving educational landscape.
So now the time has come again for all of us, particularly the younger generation, to join politics in a big way.
You need the capacity to learn. Remember, learning is a lifelong undertaking. I will be 90 next month. I continue to learn because learning every day is a learning experience. Don't think you'll finish learning after you graduate.
Today's youth are very confident, and I'm happy to see that. My personal take is being confident is very good, but overconfident is not good. We have to be confident. At the same time, we must know what we are doing.
As we have heard, most of you are looking forward to a career to run this country. All of us here on this stage are now on our way out. And it's you who are in your way in. And it's you who are going to be eventually the shoulder the responsibility of running our states and our countries.
We got an opportunity to have an interaction with students and Bharatiya Chhatra Parishad in Pune. Mr. Rahul compelled me and invited me to have a speech there. I can tell you, after that experience, it was the biggest, richest, precious inspiration which I had in my political life. From that, I thought how we can remold the process of democracy.
हमें बदलाव लाने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, ये पूरी जिम्मेदारी आप पर है. आप बदल सकते हैं समाज को.
कि फेक न्यूज के खिलाफ अभियान आम मिलकर चलाते हैं, राष्ट्र निर्माण की राहों पर मिलकर कदम बढ़ाते हैं.
Its impact is visible in the increasing national footprint. At the Kerala, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Bihar, Maharashtra, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir have BCS chapters today.
Today we have directly touched over 80,000 student leaders and over millions of students indirectly through this Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is all about unfolding the wisdom, knowledge, and thought-provoking viewpoints on contemporary issues that pose challenges to democracy. BCS, 10 years of inspiring youth and strengthening democracy and lifting the nation to greater glory.
बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे, आओ अब कुछ बात करें.
21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique step towards the contribution of universal humanity, and my government of India I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
Hello, Pushpa Wood madam. Hello, namaste.
Namaste, Swasni ji.
Welcome on virtual MIT World Peace University campus.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome Dr. Sushil Sharma.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, most welcome. Yeah. So we will be, okay, nice. Nice meeting you, Dr. Sushil Sharma. And we will wait for another, say, few minutes to 4:30, and then we'll start. Okay, nice to host you here on this platform. Just a few minutes back, we finished our session on technology in education, that education technology. We had sessions in higher education and school education.
Right.
And this internationalization of education session, most awaited session. So we look forward to listen to you. Yeah.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do have slides. Is anybody else using PowerPoints, or am I the only one who's using them?
I'll find out. Dr. Sharma, will you be using PowerPoint presentation?
I also have made few slides just
Okay.
as an anchor
So
for.
we will.
So you will need to make us co-host. Yeah.
We have made an co-host, and now you can check from your side. You can share your screen.
Yes, I am co-host now. Good, thank you.
Want to try slide?
Yeah, I can do that. I'll try share screen.
Yeah. Everything.
Okay, let's see if I do share screen. And can you see that?
Yeah, we can see your screen now.
for plenary session 6 of 4th National Teachers Congress. This session is themed around internationalization of Indian education, a very important and a very relevant topic. And for this discussion, we have with us a panel of esteemed guests. We have with us Dr. Pankaj Mittal. We have with us
Yes,
Ms.
madam.
Pushpa Wood. We have with us Dr. Bhumika Gupta ji, Shri Sushil Sharma ji, and Dr. Pradeep Kumar ji. We are going to start the discussion in the same sequence. But before that, once again, let me welcome wholeheartedly all our esteemed panelists on behalf of MIT World Peace University and all the dignitaries at our end. According to the tradition, we will begin our session with a short curtain raiser clip. So I request my technical team to kindly lay the visuals of the video clip.
Yeah.
The new Education Policy 2020 takes a step towards the internationalization of education by proposing a legislative framework that allows foreign universities to operate in India and similarly encourages high-performing Indian universities to set up campuses in other countries. The new policy is set to allow the top 100 foreign universities to set up in India. This is a positive move in opening up the Indian education ecosystem. Indian students will now be able to experience the global quality of education without spending for travel and migration. The presence of the campuses of international universities will also increase the competition and will revamp the higher education system and the curriculum to be at par with global standards. Let us discuss this now.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to proceed with our another virtual ritual, I may say, the digital group selfie. Accommodating with the current COVID situation, we have started this tradition that we come together on screen and take a digital selfie. So I request all the panel members to kindly switch on their videos and the other guests who are on the panel with us and put that broad smile on face and be ready for the selfie.
Done, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. I think we can preserve this as a memory for lifelong with us. Now, with the permission of the dignitaries, may we proceed with the discussion?
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. All right. I'd like to call upon the virtual dais our first guest for the day, Pankaj Mittalji, ma'am. It is my indeed honor and pleasure to introduce her to the audiences. She's been Secretary General at Association of Indian Universities and National Commissioner. She is she's a Fulbright scholar and is a topper in MSc and PhD in agricultural statistics from a renowned institute IARI New Delhi. She's an experience of about 3 decades in higher education in policy planning and management of higher education. She's the second Women Secretary General of Association in its whole 95 years of existence. Dr. Mittal was appointed by Governor of Haryana as the first regular Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Pur Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalay, the first rural women university of North India in 2008 at a young age of 44 years, which was later extended for another term. She introduced a series of innovative practices and reforms as the Vice Chancellor of the only rural residential multi-faculty women's state university of the country, which imparts education to 7,000 girls from KG till PG, PhD level in a holistic manner. She has visited number of countries like USA, UK, Australia, Canada, South Korea, Spain, Germany, South Africa, Hong Kong, Thailand, and a lot more. She's been a member of various high-powered committees and professional bodies, including Program Advisory and HRM Network Steering Committee. Also Rehabilitation Council of India, Haryana State Council for Higher Education, and such others. And she's been a recipient of President's Award for Digital Initiatives in Higher Education, Quimpro Gold Standard Award for Higher Education, and Honoris Causa from Karnataka Women University, and Subhashini Devi Award for Community Engagement. So with that introduction, it is my esteemed honor to request Pankaj Mittalji to kindly come ahead and address the audiences in this virtual gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Asabri, for a very, very generous introduction. And thanks to MIT Peace University for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to speak to all of you. And compliments for holding this National Teachers Congress. And I suppose it is 4th National Teachers Congress. So compliments for holding this Congress, because it's very, very important to discuss the issues relating to higher education, and especially the teachers. All the teachers should be aware of it, and the national education policy which has just come, it is I say that it's a forward-looking, innovative policy, which is a student-centric policy, and it has opened a lot of avenues for our students as well as teachers. So when we when we talk about the subject, say internationalization of higher education in India, I must say that right now we are not very good at it, because if you see the data of students which are going out of India and the number of students which are coming into India for studies from different countries, there is a major gap. For example, around 8 to 10 lakh students go out of India every year to study in universities abroad, and whereas only 46,000 come to India. And the countries where our students go is like USA, UK, most of Europe, Australia, Canada. And the students who come to India are mostly from, highest is from Nepal, then Afghanistan, Africa, Bangladesh, like neighboring countries only. So the amount of foreign exchange which is going out is huge, more than $2 billion every year. So almost the entire education budget our students are spending on getting themselves educated abroad. So the situation is not very happy, and even the collaborations and all, well, we say the international collaborations, there you will see that there are so many MOUs between Indian universities and foreign universities, but how many of them are active MOUs, nobody knows. Many of the MOUs are only on papers. So the situation is not very happy right now. Therefore, the national education policy has very rightly given a lot of emphasis on internationalization of higher education. 4-5 things I like to mention about what NEP is doing, and 2-3 things what AIU is doing to promote internationalization. Now, first, which was shown in your film also, that the NEP says that the top 100 universities can operate in India, they can have their full-fledged campuses in India. Now, whether they will come or not is a very big question, because we spoke to 2-3 universities. We spoke to Harvard, we spoke to Chicago University, and we spoke to MIT. And all of them, I mean, AIU was having a webinar in collaboration with the US Embassy, in which the professors from these 3 universities were there separately, 3 separate webinars. And all the 3 said that they don't think that they'll come to India for establishing the campus. And it's not that they don't want to come to India. For example, Harvard said that we don't go to any country for establishing the campus, because if you want to experience Harvard, come to Harvard. So that was their sort of motto or thinking, that we don't go anywhere. Similarly, what we found was that many of the universities were saying that it will depend upon the regulations which follow the policy initiative. I mean, the intent is very good, but the regulations will tell that how encouraging it is for the universities to come and set up their campuses on the Indian soil. So I really hope that the regulations which are about to come by the government, they are encouraging regulations, they are enabling regulations, so that more and more universities can come to India to establish their campuses on Indian soil. Now, what are the benefits if they come to India? see, we can see many, many benefits. Just now I was mentioning about the data of the outgoing and the inbound students. So I feel that if the 100 top universities, or maybe next top 100 universities also, maybe top 200 universities, if they set up their campuses on Indian soil, first, many of our students will not go abroad, thus saving on foreign exchange. I'm not saying everybody will stop going, but many of them may stay back in India. Second, the cost of education for these students, I mean the type of cost they are incurring now when they go to the foreign universities for studying in these campuses, there will be a substantial decrease in that cost. So it will be individually also beneficial to those students who are wanting to have foreign degree, and but they can get that degree on the Indian soil because the cost of living in India is less. Third, our universities will benefit a lot because when foreign universities are on our soil, there can be a lot of collaboration between Indian universities and foreign universities. So there can be research collaborations, teaching collaborations, semester exchange, teacher exchange, student exchange. So it will be very easy for the Indian universities to call foreign professors on their campuses, or to visit the foreign university campus, or tell the foreign university campus students to come and visit the Indian universities. So a lot of collaborative activities can be there. Fourth, when foreign universities are there and the students are making a beeline to the foreign university, there'll be a lot of competition between Indian universities and foreign universities, although it won't affect Indian universities admission numbers too much because the number of universities will be very small and the number of admissions or the seats in those universities will also be small. But nevertheless, there'll be a sense of competition, and maybe because of that, our universities will also try to improve to compete with the foreign universities. And lastly, fifthly, I think that when I was talking about 46,000 students who are coming to India from the neighboring countries, so many students from these neighboring countries also go to Europe or USA to study in these foreign universities. So when these universities are near to their home, maybe instead of going to those countries, they'll come and study in India in those foreign universities also. So footfall in India will increase to a large extent. So all these benefits are there if the foreign universities really come and establish their campuses over here. Second thing which the policy has promised is that Indian universities can go and set up their campuses abroad. Now, this was not very easy till now, but now the intent of the policy again is very, very good, that yes, they want that Indian universities should go abroad. So Indian knowledge systems, our sort of ancient knowledge heritage we have with us, for example, the knowledge about yoga, Ayurveda, or many other disciplines. So whatever a university is good at, they can go and showcase their knowledge system to the foreign countries. So that will be another benefit which will come. Thirdly, till now, we were all waiting for the joint degrees. Till now, joint degrees are not allowed between Indian and foreign universities. But now in the policy, joint degrees has been promoted. So now we can be having joint degrees between Indian universities and foreign universities. And this is exactly what Harvard and MIT and Chicago told us, that we will look forward to more about joint degrees rather than putting our full-fledged campuses here, because we don't know. I mean, maybe that can be a second or third step to come, have a full-fledged campus in India. But initially they will be looking forward to joint degrees. So third, this joint degrees is very, very important, which has come in the policy for the first time after a long, long wait. Fourth, till now, the credits from the foreign universities were not transferred in Indian universities. Now the policy says, if you're aware of the ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit, which is talking of a bank which will be a bank in which the credits will be deposited, and those credits can be done from multiple universities for a single degree program. So those credits can also be from the foreign university. Those credits can be from an open university. Those credits can be in the face-to-face mode or in an online mode. So the transfer of credits from foreign universities to Indian universities will be allowed. That is the fourth thing which this policy says for promoting internationalization. And fifth thing which the policy mentions is that the Indian universities, see, so far, whatever number of foreign students we have in our country, the issue is that I mean, if they have some grievances, if they have some issues, there is no international office in every university to look after them. So the policy, I mean, that means the policy has gone into such details that it says that any university which wants to have international students should be having an international office to take care of the foreign students, because the foreign students face a number of issues, whether it is with regard to food or residence or studies or medium of instruction or sensitivity of the students as well as the teachers towards the students, or maybe some visa issues. So whatever issues are there, they say that there should be single point approach to them. That is, there should be a international office to take care of the foreign students, right from the inviting, I mean, attracting the foreign students to India till their respectful exit. I mean, attracting foreign students, their studies in India, and their respectful exit means when they go out after having the degree. So all this should be having an international office. So I feel that for the first time the policy has been so open about the internationalization. So far the policies have not been promoting internationalization in such a big manner, but this time the policy itself is very, very forward looking policy, especially with regard to internationalization of higher education. Now this was with regard to the policy. Now I will come to AIU, that what AIU is doing to promote internationalization. Here also I will mention three things. First of all, I'd like to tell you that AIU is an association, which is an association of right now about 822 universities, which includes 16 foreign universities. So as an association, we are doing a lot of work in the field of academics, research in higher education. We are a link between the universities and the government of India, so that if government has to implement something, they look forward to us. And if the universities have to demand something from the government, they look towards us. Apart from that, we are doing a lot of activities for the, I mean, for the universities, of course, we are doing, but then for the teachers we are doing, and for the students also we are doing. For the teachers, for example, we have recently partnered with the Quaspir, which is a UK-based organization, and we have opened a platform called QuedX. And QuedX is a platform where our teachers can get the online teaching. So they can get training for online teaching and many more things. For example, you will find courses in edX, QuedX on, say, presentation skills, how to engage the students, how to do the instructional designing, how to write an impactful research project, how to even do effective teaching without while engaging the students. So all these type of courses are there. So this is what we do with for the teachers. And for the students, we hold a number of, say, sports events, whether it is zonal, national, or international. Similarly, cultural events, again at zonal, national, Asian, and international levels. So like this, we are doing many, many activities, both for the universities, teachers, as well as the students. Now, in the field of internationalization, we are trying to help in three possible ways. One is that we are opening a AIU collaboration portals. What happens is that if a foreign university wants to collaborate with an Indian university, they really don't know which university to collaborate with in a particular specified area. For example, we do have NAC rating, we have NIRF ranking, but for a particular subject area, suppose you want to partner in nanophysics or nanomaterials. So in nanomaterial, which university is good in India, they don't know. So what we are doing is we are telling all our member universities that give us your 5 best departments along with the performance credentials in terms of, say, faculty, publications, PhDs produced, facilities, journals, literature, everything. So once they give it, and they give the 5 departments where they want to have international collaboration. So if every university fills up that in the AIU collaboration portal, then if somebody, say, foreign university wants to collaborate, and if they say nanomaterials in the AIU portal, down will come the list of the universities who are good in nanomaterials and who want to have international collaboration. So it will be a very good. I mean, we are trying to do a lot of matchmaking between the Indian universities and the foreign universities. Second thing which we are doing is that so far in a large country like India, we do not have a network of international educators. Like NAFSA is there, which is a network of international educators. In India, we do not have a network of international educators. So we are trying to build a network at AIU level, Indian Network of International Higher Educators. INI we call it, Indian Network of International Higher Educators. And the purpose will be that right now many of our universities, they want to do internationalization, they have a very good intent of doing internationalization, but they don't know how to go about it, how to start internationalization, how to, I mean, which university to talk to, which professor to talk to, how to collaborate. So they don't know how to do it, how to go about it. So in this network, there will be good universities who are very good in internationalization. There will be foreign universities. There will be network of universities. There will be these universities who want to do it but don't know how to do it. So there will be a lot of information sharing, a lot of resource sharing, so that both the types of universities are able to do matchmaking, and everybody is able to do the internationalization, and we are able to promote the internationalization of higher education in India. Thirdly, AIU has been given the mandate of equivalence, means equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. Now, that is a very, very important area which leads to, I mean, which does affect the internationalization. So far we were saying that the degrees, I mean, the duration of the degree in India and in the foreign country should be same. Means if a master's here is 2 years, the master's in foreign country should be 2 years, then only we will equate. So many of our students, Indian students who used to go to say even Cambridge and Oxford for getting a degree, they used to come back with a 1-year degree and they could not get admission in Indian universities for PhD because the equivalence was not established. So now with the approval of the government, we are now changing from duration approach to credit approach. That if the credits are equal, if the amount of efforts which are put in by the student in both the cases are equal, irrespective of the duration, we can consider them for duration. We can consider them for equivalence of degrees. But the only issue here is that the credit definition in every country and within those countries, every university also at times it varies. So right now we are doing the credit mapping exercise so that we can equate our credit with their credit, so that we know that the same amount of work is put in by, or efforts are put in by the student in earning that degree. So this is the third thing which we are doing and which will again promote internationalization. So on the whole, I would say that the policy is intending to promote internationalization in a big way. Many policy directives have been given in the policy, but again, the proof of the pudding lies in eating it. The proof lies in how well we implement the policy. So implementation in letter and spirit, implementation with full passion, and then only we can see the policy. Otherwise it will become a decorative document in the bookshelves or the libraries. So what we are waiting for is that both at the university level as well as the government level, the policy is implemented in letter and spirit, and then only we'll be able to see the benefits which are emerging out of the policy. So with this, I would like to end my talk. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very nice. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think there are a few questions in the chat box, but I think we'll take them up in the at the end of the session. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again. We're going to proceed with next panelist for the day. We have with us Dr. Pushpa Vuji. A brief introduction about her. She's the Director of Financial Education and Research Center, School of Economics and Finance, University of New Zealand. She's also done her PhD in Religion and Literature, religious dimensions of medieval Hindi literature with special reference to Kabir Das and Tulsi Dasa's works. She has a long history of financial literacy advocacy. She was previously the education manager at the Commission for Financial Capability, and she's also worked in financial literacy across the school, tertiary, and industry sectors. She was a member of the New Zealand Qualification Authority's Project Advisory Group, reviewing financial literacy unit standards. Her research interests include identifying what motivates people to change their financial behavior, preparedness of women in planning for their future, and testing culturally appropriate evaluation tools. She, apart from being the director of FEREC, she's also trustee of Wellington Community Trust, board member of FinCap, advisory council member of Financial Dispute Resolution Services, educational manager for Commission for Financial Capability, and she's been head of Department of Social Sciences and Research and been a president of Graduate Women Wellington. So with that introduction, now I request Dr. Pushpa Woodji to take it over from me and address the audiences. Over to you, ma'am.
Tena koto katoa, and namaste, and good night or early good morning from where I am. It's my great pleasure and privilege to be part of this group, and I kind of feel after listening to Pankaj that she has covered quite a lot that I was actually going to look at. But what I will be focusing, since she's given us a really good picture of what policy's intent is, I'll try and look at my interpretation of internationalization and the challenges that may lie ahead when we are implementing the policy. So I'm going to share my screen. I have some slides. Now, what happened there? I have no idea. Can you see the slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So, from my point of view, what I am simply saying, my very first, I guess, assumption or thinking is that if we are to produce, and I'm making a huge assumption here, that the notion behind internationalization, so we can produce world citizens in India, who are world citizens in true sense, not only equipped to live and operate in India, but also well equipped to live and operate outside India. So if we are to produce true world citizens through education, we have to capture their minds, we have to capture their heart, and above all, their imagination, if we are to create that. So in what I looked at the education policy, one guiding principle I was looking at was the Sustainable Development Goal 4, that the policy also quotes, that it seeks to ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education and promotes lifelong opportunity for all, learning opportunity for all by 2020. I've deliberately highlighted those three words. They are the key as far as education policy is concerned from my point of view. It is promoting inclusivity, it is promoting equitable access, and it is promoting quality. And those are the three key pillars if we are to actually move forward in terms of internationalizing our education system. Now, my question is the current education system and those delivering it in India, are they ready for meeting this target, and especially by 2030? All right, it should be 2030 here. So are they actually, the 10 years is not a long period to have a huge mind shift of our teaching population and our learners, and above all, our parents. Because parents have certain expectations from education system, they have certain expectations from teachers, and they have certain expectations from their children, and especially result-oriented mentality. So what is important is not what you have learned and how you're going to actually apply that learning. Important is what grade have you got, and therefore where is that grade going to take you. That's where the focus still remains, especially among the parents, and that then translates into children and in our teaching population. So what will internationalization of education look like on the ground? Does it mean that we put international content into education curriculum across the board, right from early childhood to higher education? Or does it mean that we increase the capability of our educators again across the board to develop a future focused curriculum and deliver it? Or does it mean we are preparing independent learners through inquiry-based teaching and through different learning approaches? Or are we creating student-centered teaching and learning resources? Or is it all of the above and a whole lot more that needs to be part of that internationalization? So to me, internationalization does not necessarily only mean that we have international universities opening their campuses in India, or we are opening campuses overseas. That is simply, to me, that is an output of internationalization. The input of internationalization and the outcome of internationalization, to me, is the most important. And the outcome of internationalization is we prepare truly global citizens who are independent learners, who have a wider approach to life, who have a wider approach to employability, and who are employable in any particular country if they need to go out of the country. And here I just want to point out a couple of things. Why do Indian students, and I deal with them day in, day out for the last 40 years on campus, why do they actually go out of India? Higher education or better education is one of the reasons, not the only reason. The other key reason is they want to settle overseas, and higher education, getting qualification overseas is one of the pathway for them to actually get settled in there. And that's one of the very first question I usually ask when I talk to students is, what is your motivation in coming to New Zealand? Why did you come to New Zealand? Especially for undergraduate degrees. In my point of view, I think there is no reason why India cannot produce high quality undergraduates within the country rather than people having to go out to, especially in New Zealand. I'm seeing students are coming to do diploma, they're coming to do certificate, they're coming to do business certificate, where there is no need for them to actually leave the country to that. So we need to look at in terms of content, we need to look at in terms of our quality. So education policy also clearly states the universal high quality education is the best way forward for developing and maximizing our country's rich talents and resources for the good of the individual, the society, the country, and the world. So in short, what I mean by internationalization of education, and from my perspective, is that education in Indian education system needs to have capable teachers who are well trained, who are well resourced, and equipped to deliver world-class education that is inclusive, that is current, that is future focused, that has a student at the center of it. It produces independent learners, and it incorporates what's good and working. So it's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It is incorporating, and as Pankaj said earlier, we have ancient education system that is tried, tested, proven. We need to bring that at the fore. That is our that is good and that has worked in past. There's no reason why it cannot. What are the things that we can actually take out? So education policy also recognized the fact that the gap between, and hence my focus on, I continually keep hammering the capability. You can change the curriculum, you can provide all the resources that you like and all high quality, but if your teachers are not, if your educators are not capable of delivering that, we have only still gone halfway. And that's why I am always promoting invest in people first before you invest in resources. And your biggest resource to actually take that policy forward as a nation for us is our teachers, our educators who actually need that attention. And I'm glad to see that that has been also mentioned. But has it been mentioned in terms of building their capability enough, or are we simply trying to say, let's build their status, right? They are the revered group. We need to go beyond that. Yes, we need to provide them all the respect that they deserve and they need, but at the same time, we also need to build their capability. So what needs to happen to get us there? And some of my thoughts, we need to have integrated implementation plan. Without the integrated implementation plan, we can have all the fantastic intentions, and the policy has some really very detailed description. It's not going to move anywhere. We need to have clear learning outcomes for each age group, starting from very beginning. We need to have rationalization of educational institutions at all levels, not only at higher education, but at all levels. We need to improve quality of teaching learning resources to align with good practice models. We need to harness expertise, passion, and commitment of Indian diaspora. What I find really quite interesting, and I've attended few of the PBDs meetings in past, and the focus is now starting to move to using Indian diaspora's expertise in education. Majority of the time, the focus has been on how much we can invest and where we can invest. It's almost kind of, and as a diaspora I'm speaking, almost kind of feels like we are treated as somebody with a pot of gold, and we are being asked to actually invest into the country, but not beyond the financial investment. There's a number of ways we can invest. Indian diaspora can invest into the country, and it was very pleasing to see that the country is looking at actually creating that portal of collaboration, and that's where I think the Indian diaspora can be a very, very good tool for that portal to actually contribute to. What also needs to happen to get us there is we need to actually review the teacher training program right from the scratch and at all levels, whether we are training the early childhood teachers or whether we are training the university lecturers. We need to have a standardization of training and professional development with flexible approach, international exposure through collaboration and scholarships. One of the other reasons people go overseas from India or from New Zealand to other countries is to have that international experience, the exposure to the international life, exposure to the international economy, exposure to the international job market. And that's one of the key things that is important for a lot of people who go out of India. So yes, I can understand that 100 top universities can come and settle in India. They will still not be able to provide that international exposure that is needed. And that's where a careful thinking and planning is needed, is how are we actually going to bridge that? That's the attractive point. Also, performance measures to reward good practice. That needs to be there to encourage good practice and encouragement of not only the performance of students, but also the performance of teachers. That's, from my point of view, is quite important. So the fundamental principles to guide the education system and institutions, I read through the document. There are 22 principles in total that have been actually listed in the Education Policy 2020. And I guess my word of caution is that if we are to achieve the outlined principles as intended and within the time frame, then India needs a strong willpower, a really strong willpower. It needs powerful allies in parents and teachers and learners. And above all, it needs appropriate resources. Because the biggest barrier we find, and we have gone through that, and we're still going through the educational changes, and we've gone through a huge education reform in New Zealand. And the biggest challenge comes from parents. What parents expect and what they think they're paying for, and what they think their child or their young son or daughter is going to university for. They have their own set of expectations, and that they need to come on board with the intention of this policy. They need to see where they can contribute and where they can benefit from if it is to be successful. Thank you very much.
Yes, Asavari, let's take this ahead.
Yeah. I just, my mic was on mute. I didn't realize. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. With this, we are going to move ahead. And now I would like to introduce to you the next guest for our session, Dr. Bhumika Gupta ji. She's a professor and program director at Department Management, Marketing and Strategy at Institute Minds Telecom Business Center. She holds PhD in area of human resource management from the University of Pau, France. She holds a position as associate professor in area of human resource management and post as a program director of Master of Science in International Management. She works in the Department of Management, Marketing and Strategy. She has over 14 years of experience in the area of scientific research, teaching, executive training, conducting programs abroad, and over 5 years of experience in corporate sector. In collaboration with this institute and a partner from United States, India, China, and UAE, Professor Bhumika Gupta has collaborated so far with a lot of institutions on various projects, such as with Northern Illinois University College of Business, USA, Virginia Tech, Boston University, Manhattan Institute of Management, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, Department of Management Studies, Delhi, Lucknow, Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, and so many other schools. Professor Gupta's research and teaching interest includes human resource management, organizational behavior, strategic human resource management, corporate social responsibility, international human resource management, and innovation and change management. So with this introduction, now I request Dr. Gupta to take it over from me and kindly address the audiences. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Professor Patke, and such a nice introduction. Thanks a lot. And thank you all the eminent speakers before me. I think almost everything has been covered what I was supposed to talk about. But anyway, I prepared something which I will, of course, wish to talk about, which I guess now everybody is aware of. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers and people who have invited us for this wonderful event. This is my third time that I'm participating in that, and I'm very happy and privileged to be here. So thanks to you all. Well, internationalization of Indian higher education, this is the topic of the discussion today. And as the other two speakers have already narrated loads of challenges and the benefits and the future in this area, I have some point of views with the current system, with the current government. What are their initiatives? What are the challenges that we may face or we are facing for this whole diaspora of new education policy? And what are the way forward to this, basically? So over the last 5 years, internationalization of higher education and research has become one of the key policy priorities for the government of India, while Mr. Modi government's major initiative, such as global initiative of academic networks and schemes for promotion of academic and research collaboration, have aimed at tapping the talent pool of foreign academics to improve the competitiveness of the Indian system. Programs such as Institution of Eminence, which are focused on creating world-class teaching and research institution. The government has also rolled out another major scheme, which is Leadership for Academician program. This is to provide international training for Indian academics in academic and administrative leadership in partnership with selected foreign universities. These programs will no doubt have a major impact on the country's higher education in the coming years. However, it has become increasingly clear that the present government views the potential of the higher education sector not only as a tool of soft power, but also as a mean of enhance the country's international competitiveness. No wonder the shifting policy priorities of the government in higher education is reflected in the draft National Education Policy of Government, released a few months ago. The committee that drafted NEP was constituted by India's Ministry of Human Resource Development. And in the draft of NEP, there is an emphasis on developing a distinctively Indian approach to internationalization of higher education and recommendations to build the soft power potential of Indian higher education by facilitating international research collaborations and so on. So some of the major recommendations of this draft, and which I believe is the need of the universities in India, is provide low-cost quality education to attract international students. Well, I'm talking about the incoming. Simplified visa for foreign registration, regional office processes, and internship policies for international students. I think that is what Professor Mittal was also referring to, that we have an outgoing in mass, but incoming in a very lower numbers. So if we have these possibilities in place, might help us to increase the incomings. Additional funds for Indian universities that aim to become attractive destination for international students to develop specially designed courses. That is, I think, one of the good point in the new policy that we can work on in India with the universities. Special schemes that offer research scholarship to students for developing countries. Then we can also think of now twinning international research partnership and more MOUs for mutual recognition of degree that should be encouraged. But I totally agree again with Dr. Mittal that signing an MOU is not only the thing that we should be concentrating on, but it has to be more than that. We should try and implement it rather than just keeping it as a piece of a paper. Global immersion program for Indian students, public and private Indian universities that meet specified eligibility criteria will be encouraged to set up campuses in select countries, particularly in Global South. Selective universities, it could be first what I read about the top 100 universities, but I guess we can consider top 200 university would be permitted to operate in India. A legislative framework facilitating such entry would be put in place. Well, although NEP is still in draft form, its importance cannot be underestimated. This is because some of the core recommendations are already in implementation stage. For instance, the Study in India program is in its second year and has become focusing on projecting India as a preferred education destination and to improve the country's soft power. Another example is Vajra program that is aimed at attracting overseas talents to India, highly competitive area of research and development. And there were also reports that the Indian government is planning to create an education city where foreign institution can set up a campus without being subject to over-regulation. I'm sure Professor Mittal have more information on that, which she perhaps can add on perhaps later on. So the internationalization agenda of Mr. Modi's government in Indian higher education has been closely correlated with ongoing global changes in the sector. So the draft NEP approved by central government before March 2020 will influence future higher education policy development in the country. However, the ultimate outcome of the recommendation in the NEP will be shaped by future priorities of the federal and state government along with the funding framework and the academic environment that govern all the institution operating in the country. Now, there is a question comes, why internationalization of higher education? So this was all about NEP and what is happening, etc. So why internationalization of higher education? There are pressing reasons behind NEP's strong pitch for opening up of India's higher education sector to the world. One, despite having second largest higher education system in the world, none of its 90, well, almost 1,000, well, I quote, 990 university and 40,000 colleges figure in world university ranking. Further, the country's rank as low as 72 among 132 countries in the latest Global Talent Competitive Index, which gauge countries' current ability to grow and attract talents. One of the key reasons for this is education bureaucracy prolonged stranglehold over higher education system, preventing innovation and expansion of the sector. Two, with the gross ratio enrollment of over 26% and expected to grow further 50% by 2035 as per NEP projection, India's mammoth higher education sector is ready to massification. Given the size and the growth prospect, India has potential to emerge a top destination for global university. 3 top foreign university would bring in capital, latest education technology, innovative pedagogy, and facilitate institution mobility. That is missing in India. So if we can work on the framework around these 3 pointers, perhaps that could be useful in future for such an implementation. Their mere presence, let alone collaboration and partnership, can spur competition and innovation among Indian university. Fourth, with shortage of high quality educational institution, there is a steady flight of quality students of foreign countries for higher degrees. In 2019 alone, some around 750,000 students went for further studies abroad to pursue higher education. On an average, students spend over 15 billion per year to earn these degrees. Therefore, by having top foreign institution within the country, that can restrict this exit, as also per by Professor Mittal. But there is always a question, like also Professor Wood mentioned, which is a point of concern, that why do students go abroad? What is the main reason? Of course, getting a higher education, and they spend for this to get into the good university. What I think, my analysis is that we may need to do a kind of a survey to see which segment or section of students aims for what. So, of course, there are a set of people who are very serious and they just want to go for an education, a higher education. At the same time, a cultural exchange. They want to feel it. They want to see the place. They want to have this, just like in case of Harvard, they don't want to go to any other place because of the reason. There are a set of people, students who wish to go to settle down in the foreign country. There are third segment of people or students who have, a reason to go and to work there for some years and come back, So I think if we have this kind of segregation or a data collection, that might make things easier, because still there is a mindset in the parents of Indian students, and also for the students itself, that if we are spending X amount for a foreign degree, why should I get this in India? Why can't I go abroad? So this is a question that perhaps we as the educators and the policymakers should think and reflect and try to give a benefit of the degrees which we are trying to put in place in India in place. I'm very much for it, and I always say India is the future, and that is one of the step ahead that we are actually going forward. What is the way forward? As per my knowledge, Indian higher education needs a comprehensive internationalization strategy, both at the national level and at the institutional level. Like any new initiative, there will be some risk of misuses. For example, there may be institutions which misinterpret, over-commercialize, and perhaps make higher education unaffordable in the name of internationalization. However, the test of a good policy framework is to have an ability to distinguish wheat from the chaff. In other words, internationalization of higher education is relevant to the needs of the country and a mature policy environment which encourage innovation and experimentation but restrict misrepresentation is much needed. It is high time for Indian higher education at a policy and institutional level to reflect on how best to leverage the concept of internationalization and engage it to achieve the goals of excellence, diversity, and capacity building. So with this note, I end my speech, and I'm sure there must be some question which I'll be happy to take it in the last session of this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. Thank you so much. As discussed, I think we'll take up all the questions together at the end, and we'll just proceed with the flow of the session. Now I take immense pleasure in introducing to you the next guest for the discussion today, Dr. Sushil Sharma-ji. Sushil Sharma-ji is Associate Dean and Professor of Computer Information Systems, that is CIS, at Miller College of Business at Ball State University. He has the unique distinction of earning 2 doctoral degrees. He has over 20 years of administrative leadership experience and more than 25 years of experience in higher education. Dr. Sharma served as the chair for the Department of Information Systems and Operations Management from 2008 to 12 and executive director of the MBA and other certificate programs from 2011 to 13. A leadership fellow in higher education through the Management Development Program at Harvard University. He has co-authored, edited, and co-edited 12 books and published over 90 referred research papers in most reputed national and international MIS journals. In addition, he has published 45 referred chapters in various books and has presented and published over 135 papers in various national and international conferences. He has authored 2 cases which are published by the Ivy School of Business, University of Western Ontario, and are available through Harvard Business Publishing. Prior to joining the faculty at Ball State, he held the associate professor position at Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and a visiting research associate professor at the Department of Management Science at the University of Waterloo at Canada. His primary research interest areas are in the computer information system security, e-learning, e-government, computer-mediated communications, human-computer interaction, and community and social informatics. Dr. Sharma has earned recognition for his teaching, research, and service in the form of several awards and accolades. He was awarded Outstanding Administrator Award for the academic year 15-16. Also received an Outstanding Research Award for 6-7. He's been a recipient of the Miller College of Business Extraordinary Year Award and such other several awards. Dr. Sharma has been the recipient of several research grants as well and received a citation of excellence as the author of one of the top 50 management articles of 2002 for the paper. He also received Instructional Innovation Award, and he is our guest speaker for the day. I am indeed honored to kindly request you to come forward and address our audiences. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This long introduction have made me much more conscious, so I'm sure I'm more nervous than I was. Thank you very much for NTC organization to make me a part of this event. This is my second time. I was physically there in 2018. And this event is unique in its own way because this is a good example of internationalization, how it brings people from all over the world to get connected, share their ideas, thoughts, and finally come out with a new vision, new experiences. So it's my pleasure, and as other speakers were mentioning, that a lot of good ideas already have been shared by other distinguished speakers. It's also my pleasure to be part of this panel where I'm getting an opportunity to meet and make friends of these distinguished personalities from different parts of the world. So let me start my presentation. You know, a lot has been talked about internationalization, as the panel name itself suggests. But for my scope, I wanted to differentiate because sometimes interchangeably these words are used: globalizations versus internationalization. I want to make sure that the way I understand, globalization is the bigger concept. It basically means you want to reach the different markets which are global. You want to know the different regions, their practices. You want to establish your institutions, your programs in different regions of the world. And to make that happen, internationalization is the tool or is the process. So I may also sometime use this interchangeably during my discussion, but I wanted to make sure right in the beginning that globalization may be the final end and internationalization is one of the tool or process that we use. All right, let's start my journey. You know, the virtually 21st century is all about internationalization, collaborative learning, or you call it establishing or matching to the international standards, is the need of the hour. So virtually all institutions, wherever they are, New Zealand, France, US, UK, any parts of the world, they're all looking, both public and private, they're all looking for a global partnership. As I said, that why do we do that? So what are the drivers for this internationalization? One, of course, preparing students for global citizenship. I mean, gone are the days when we thought that we are preparing students for some national boundaries. Today, whether it's India or whether it's any part of the world, when you prepare students, you know they're going to work in organizations which have no boundaries. They may be placed in different parts of the world, so they have to prepare themselves for that. They have to know the cultural context. They have to be the best of the best to meet the standards of the world. So you're trying to see that how can you prepare your students for this global citizenship, for this global settings, for this global environment. International students has become, as I said, imperative or requirement for a win-win situation. You know, being in the US for the last 20, 25 years, I realized that most of the US universities, first major goal of those universities is to create diversity or to have the students with a diverse background. They don't want all Indian students to be in their institution, all Chinese students to be in institution, but they want to reach the diverse population of the world. They want students from Iraq, they want students from Europe, they want students from ANZ regions. So they are motivated to go for diverse population and they want to get the best. So the motive from the US or any of these developed nation sides, they want to get these students from wherever they are. On other side, they also want to extend their arms, what we call their international outreach. So we could say that not only our students represent this diversity from different reasons, but we have also some partnerships, some alliances in a win-win situation. This helps universities both ways. It helps for creating a prestige, a reputation, which helps in terms of recruiting students, faculty, and staff. You know, when I was working in Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, 30 years back, at that time, we were only the 4 institution of these Indian Institute of Management. And when we wanted to differentiate among ourselves, the 2 parameters that I used to use, one, being a placement chair, I would say our students are picked up by the companies from abroad, from the US. And these are the top 10 companies of the world where our students get picked up. And the second, we have a partnership with the 10 such institutions worldwide. So again, that repute, that prestige helped us to create or bring or attract the best of best, both students, faculty, and staff. These partnerships also help for enhanced opportunities for funds and grants. Madam Dr. Mittal mentioned in the beginning that how the new Indian policy has created these avenue and opportunities for both bringing the foreign institutions and also taking the local institutions to abroad. And one of the things which we do not realize at this stage, that we only think about, you know, the faculty exchange, student exchange, but there are a lot of opportunity which gets created for funding, the grants. You know, there are a lot of international grants where you cannot get it unless you have international partners. So those are the hidden opportunities, hidden treasures, which help both the side of the institutions. Enhance opportunity for research training and intellectual capital. You could look at, you know, where the faculty members, they collaborate, they work together, or even to deliver some training programs, which are more in executive education, or with the creation of intellectual capital. You know, a lot of people, when they work for when I was working in IIM Lucknow, I had no idea that some of my work would be patented. When I came to this part of the world and when I started the same work, suddenly some of my colleagues here said, oh, this is a good case for patenting. And I didn't know how to go with it. So a lot of those new opportunities for intellectual capitals could also be created with these partnerships. So when I say internationalization, again, I wanted to make sure what I'm talking about. It's internationalization of students. Everyone knows about it. Internationalization of the faculty. Everybody knows about it. Internationalization of the curriculum and programs. Many times this is not much highlighted, and I may spend little time on that. And then, as I mentioned, internationalization of resources. There are a lot of resources which becomes part of partnership, which you can capitalize for the benefits. And then internationalization, research training and grants. Again, just as a quick mention, around 10 years back, there was an opportunity both in Vietnam and Iraq. And the opportunity was that here, Department of State, United States were looking for providing grants for enhancing the capacity building of various institutions in these countries, Vietnam, Iraq, Lebanon. And I had no experience, one, of these kind of projects. Secondly, working with the people in these countries. So at times, those kind of avenue and opportunity gets created. International webinars, international conferences. Over the last 20-25 years, I've been part of the organizing various international events as a partner in different countries. And then international opportunities. I was just talking to Dr. Wood, Pushpa Woodji, that she is at New Zealand, and I have visited her school. And this was part of my academic leave sabbatical. I spent a semester in New Zealand. And over the time, I have spent my semesters in 8 to 10 different countries as part of my academic leave, or some opportunities which come through Fulbright and other fellowship. My personal journey, what I did, I've been able to establish partnership for my university in these different countries. I have visited these countries, I have stayed in these countries, I have learned the academic systems of these countries. And over the time, that experience is the one which has enriched me to also not only to understand and appreciate the diversity in terms of education, but also whatever I am today, I'm able to adapt to the different educational systems worldwide. So how did I do? What did I do first? I started, first, in fact, just before I get into this slide, when you start going internationally, first you have to develop that lingo. The terminologies are very different. I remember first time from IIM Lucknow, I went to establish partnership in Canada and US, and those my first visit. And when I went there, in my first meeting, some of those professors asked me that, oh, great personality, you are visiting for this partnership, but we couldn't know much about you. And I'm thinking, why should they know about me? Because I never was here, I'm not introduced yet. What they meant, which I didn't understand then, because there was no web page which described who I was. So my online presence was almost zero. And secondly, he said, what area have you been working? Now, even working in the institutions I have taught practically in all IITs and all IIMs, even working in the elite institutions, the focus of research was not very high in those days. I'm talking about early 90s. And so we were knowing more how many executive education programs we delivered, how much consulting we have done, or how many smart students we have taught, but there was not much emphasis on research. And when he asked me that he couldn't know me and what my expertise is, I said, well, I teach courses in information technology. He said, I would like to know more what areas you work. And I'm thinking, I'm telling him IT, why he's asking me areas? Well, IT is such a broad field. It can have 200 micro areas where one can have an expertise. So the first thing, I had to adapt to this lingo quickly. I have to understand what they are asking about when we go for these partnerships. So as part of the BALT state, I identify the countries for partnership. I talked to my top management here. We looked at strategic location where this partnership could be beneficial, and also, as I mentioned, win-win situation for both. Then I identified the universities and institutions. Did a Google search as the first example, extensive Google search to find out all these ranking, the reputation, the program, what kind of programs they have, also a little bit of distinctiveness, because you have to create these partnerships with some distinctive programs, what kind of grants and research opportunities there have been in those institutions. And then I started establishing contacts, made a good details of who are the potential contacts. Again, my misnomer was usually when you think of contacts, you think of head of the institution. I'm in a business school, so I thought maybe the dean, which is equivalent to the director position in Indian institution, those may be the right contacts. No, I was wrong, because here you need so-called champion. So you look forward for some faculty level alliances. You look for the people who are like you, with whom you can have a common lingo. So I established those contacts because they become then your ambassador to take it to their higher ups, to their top management. And then I started setting up these called virtual shake hands, giving phone calls, setting up some Skype calls, Zoom calls, and set up some meetings. And then after having a couple of meetings, I started what we call establishing MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding. And then I started these virtual meeting, And I said, let's have these meeting of our faculty member, administrator, and also student. So a couple of times I spoke to their students. A couple of times I brought my administrators as part of the team to speak the other side of the administrator. A couple of times I brought some of the faculty group to interact with each other. And the first thing I did was I set up this called virtual guest lecture. So that is where you can now start assessing each other's strengths. So I started showcasing the best of the best. So if I thought I was the good speaker or I was the good teacher, then I said, why not I take your class or give me an opportunity where I can deliver a lecture. And that's where you're trying to build up those strengths for potential partnership. And then I try to establish, after knowing some of the faculty member, for their partnership, for their collaborations. I said, hey, you are working in IT adoption. I have a colleague who works in the same area. Let me connect you with him. Or you teach this course. There's a colleague of mine who has written a textbook in that area. Maybe you two should coordinate, should work together. So I started these virtual collaboration with the faculty for all research, teaching, training, grants. And even in some cases, a lot of Indian institutions, they were looking for a supervisor or co-supervisor for their master's and PhD student. So that was another thing. In the beginning, I started connecting like a matchmaker. After this was done, and look at my journeys, so far everything was happening virtual. And then I started planning for my short-term physical visits. I also started inviting some of the faculty members from other institutions to visit me or visit us as an institution. And in the beginning, it becomes also an issue of how much funds you have in your institution. So at that level, many times I would offer that you can stay at my home, maybe for 8 days, 10 days, 15 days, so that you don't have to worry about your hotel expenses. You can ask your institution to pay your airfare, so you can manage within the short funds or small funds. And then we can think about some collaboration. Seeing is believing. Unless you bring the people to your institution, people will not know the strength of your institution. So I started arranging the short-term physical visit. I started hosting visiting scholars. So I started saying, okay, why don't you send your scholar maybe for a month? I will put them or him or her into some of the classes of their interest. They can see how we deliver. And that's where we are trying to evolve so-called the best practices exchange. And then it was followed up by the short-term physical visit of students. So during the summer, I invited if some of your students, faculty member, they can visit us, ranging from 1 week to 2 weeks time. They can not only have their cultural exchange journey, but also see again the academic side of it. Once those things were done and we established, after assessing each other that there is a potential match, then I started looking at curriculum matching. And that's where is another story that initially, as Dr. Mittal was mentioning, that this credit transfer, initially, when first time, as I said, when I was trying to establish this partnership in Canada, people will ask me, so how many credit hours you have this course about? I'm thinking, what credit? I teach 3 classes. They said, so how many contact hours you have? How many outside the class hours you have? And some of these, again, lingos you have to understand for equivalency, because that's where you are looking for partnership opportunities. So credit transfer is one of the big thing. And as Dr. Mittal mentioned, that now they are creating a credit transfer banks at the library so that institution can easily transfer those credits for ultimate to their degrees. Joint seminars, as I said, I started organizing, becoming part of the joint seminar, webinars, conferences. And then I took an opportunity to go to different countries. I have been, I taught in New Zealand, Australia, Finland, France, England, Singapore, Turkey, China, Canada, US. And many of these opportunities, I got it from because of two things. One, after establishing these contacts in different institutions, they invited me. Second and foremost, people, when I was in India and I wanted to go to Harvard, I only thought that my IIM level will take me to Harvard because we are considered to be Harvards of India. But that's not the case. I realized later on, it is your research, your identity, your work which takes you anywhere in the world. So after having gone much detail in publication of my own work, now whenever I send my resume to any institution worldwide, they on priority say, when would you like to come? So I got those opportunities for my spending academic leave, sabbaticals, or sometime those short-term visits for teaching, addressing their PhD students or talking to their faculty members. So that was another opportunity which I got. And that is this time when we started talking about, let's now not talk about short-term collaboration, let's talk about now long-term collaboration, semester-based student exchange, year-based student exchange. And that's where I started so-called mapping of these curriculum. And before mapping of these curriculum, you have to talk about selection criteria for students. How would you admit the student? Who would be your student? What would be some criteria? Because some of these things will matter due to accreditation standards that some of these institutions may have to follow. And then, as I mentioned, you may also think of co-supporting your faculty and students. There are different partnership models. Study abroad program is one of the most popular here in the United States, which basically means many of my faculty members would like to take their students to the different countries, particularly during the summer. And this idea is to expose our students to the other parts of the world, and the cultural side, academic side, the business side. A lot of faculty avail these opportunities. And also we encourage that the same is done by the Indian institutions to bring their students to US. That's the first opportunity as a partnership model. The second, what we call now here onwards, we call stackable programs. You know that there is not much big concept in India about what we call liberal arts foundation model. Here in the States, whatever degree you are doing, first 2 years, you are supposed to spend so many credit hours for what they call university core courses, or they also call liberal arts foundation courses. So whether you are doing engineering or whether you're doing a medical program, everyone goes through philosophy, psychology, the fine arts courses, all that, because it's considered that for your overall personality development or for your career development, you may need some of these skill sets. So there may be an opportunity. Just for an example, a lot of Indian institutions spend a lot of money in an engineering program, and they may be looking for something in entrepreneurship, innovation, which are the best models in the United States. So they can be embedded into some liberal arts foundation kind of courses. And Madam Mittal also mentioned about, you have now edX programs and other opportunity. So you can start virtual certificate program between two universities, very similar like MicroMasters or edX model. You can think of, Ball State University and MIT, WPU, can think of that we will start the certificate through courses you will teach, 3 courses we'll teach, and any student goes through will have this certificate program. Remember, this certificate program later on can help to get into minor program, both at undergraduate level and the master program. So add few more courses, and that's how it's called stackable approach. You can stack it, and then you can create a minor in that. Or you can think of a double major program, engineering student with a business degree. Then you have what we call dual degrees. I actually started this program in my college in 2007 with, at that time with China first. It's called 2+2 programs. In Chinese university, they spend 2 years, and then they come here, they spend 2 years. And many of the South Asian countries have their undergraduate degree of 3 years. and they are not able to get into our graduate program because US or North America needs 4-year degree programs. So they spend 2 years there, they come 2 years here, so they meet the 4 years requirement, they get 2 degrees, and they are ready for even going to the graduate programs. Or they can do these integrated degrees. They can spend 4 years in India or 3 years in India, and 1 year additional, and that also could become a part of the dual degree programs. Dual degrees at MBA level or graduate level, it could be 1-to-1 program, or joint PhD or doctoral degree programs. All these are the various opportunities as I listed, which I became part of in my journey of internationalization. I think it is the need of the hour, as I mentioned. Every possible institution in India and in any other country should avail this or go for internationalization. As I said, that nothing better you can, or nothing more better you can learn from observation or being in those situations, immerse into those settings, than thinking, sitting in one corner of the world, that this is what the world looked like. I have enriched myself being in different countries, becoming part of the different curriculum. This has helped my personality, my career growth, and I'm sure you're looking forward for all these opportunities for internationalization of your students and faculty. I must thank again the organizer for making me part of this event. I enjoy this. This is my second time. Thank you very much, and I look forward for any questions later on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that elaborate, informative sharing, generous sharing of information. We're going to quickly move ahead with the last speaker of the day. We are falling short on time. So without much further ado, let me briefly introduce our next guest to you. Dr. Pradeep Kumar, he's the president at Indo-European Education Foundation. He's the assistant professor at Institute of Modern Languages, University of Applied Sciences in Nyasa, Poland, president of Indo-European Educational Foundation, Warsaw, Poland, and external expert for Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, Government of Poland since 2018, and editorial board member of Journal of World Economic Research, Science Publishing Group, New York, USA, and European Documentation Center and Analysis for Management, Romania. He is an initiator of a global platform business risk in changing dynamics of global village and visiting professor in over 25 universities in India, Ukraine, Kosovo, Montenegro, and European Union, including Poland, Germany, Romania, and Spain. He has published numerous articles and case studies. He's the one who initiated academia industry interlinked model of business cooperation for Poland and India in 2019. He's a keen researcher and academician in the area of international business with practices of international economics, foreign direct investment, and higher education. His courses, programs, and lectures are top ranked in Poland, India, Ukraine, Germany, and many other European and non-European countries. With 14 plus years of international experience in teaching, training, consulting, and research, his knowledge and experience are acknowledged globally by national and international lawmakers, stakeholders, research scholars, industries, and society at large. Recently, he has coordinated GPW Growth Project as a consultant in 2019 for Warsaw Stock Exchange. And with that introduction, I'm going to quickly hand it over to Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Over to you, sir. Kindly address the audience.
On mute.
Yeah, you're on mute, sir.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting me and such a brief introduction. I'm really thankful for MIT for inviting me for this panel. This is my first time when I'm sharing with you my thoughts. You know, being as the last speaker in any panel, and listening many experts and scholars from around the world with so many different thoughts. Very few things I have left to be shared with you, but at the same time, few things I would like to mention before going further that I have seen here. My entire talk today will be based on few areas of internationalization. Number one, why we need internationalization, why it is required actually, what is the meaning of internationalization in general, from different perspectives, from different point of view for learners, from point of view of teachers, from point of view of academicians or academic institutions, policy makers, as well as from academia industries requirements. So these are the points what I'm going to cover and share with you through my presentation, and also I'd like to share here. Ma'am, could you please play here? Are you able to see my presentation here or no?
No, you have to start. There is a share screen at the bottom.
Yep.
Green button. Yeah.
Okay. Now?
No.
No, so I think still no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we
can see this now.
All right, it's back.
Yes.
So, yes, I can. Let me put it full screen. All right.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
So thank you. As you can see, I'm working with University of Applied Sciences. That is the knowledge what we are learning, we are applying it for day-to-day life. Also, we are running here Indo-European Education Foundation that gives me huge experience and understanding from different point of view of needs of today's education from many different sources and different kind of perspectives, those they are looking for and what they are looking for. Let me to tell you one thing here. What is general meaning of internationalization? Internationalization have really gone through association, mixing culture, having exchanges with students, faculties, or so many things which have been discussed by earlier panelists. And I'm quite agree with that. But apart from that, we need to understand the need, why you need to have this internationalization process. And not only, but the need of the students, what they're looking further with through this internationalization process. Let me give you here some different understanding. Why internationalization? And then we need to divide it with 4 different areas. Number 1, aspirations. To create a culture or climate to support international perspective and initiative, which we have learned here during this session from one of our experts, Professor Mittal, as well as Professor Puspaud. So the activity purposes that can be divided in the second point, that which kind of activities you are going to do with it. Either it can be a cultural, either it could be curriculum matching that can cover through accreditation process, changing syllabus, as we have discussed earlier, or you have mentioned, that signing MOU, a simple word, memorandum of understanding, is not the thing you are going to execute internationalization, because it is understanding between 2 people. It is understanding between 2 institutions. It is understanding between 2 scholars, where and which sector you would like to cooperate. So you develop such kind of programs which are needed from the MOU signatories. And that is important here to understand. Again, the third point is the competency purposes, development of knowledge, attitude, values in the students, faculty and staff, international or intercultural skills. These are the points which I have experienced in my life. I would like to mention here the day when I have started my Indo-European Education Foundation. It was 2013, when total Indian students studying in Poland were less than 200. In 2014, it was 217 total Indian students studying in Poland. But by launching our programs, developing different kind of strategies, we have initiated with many universities in Poland, in Europe, in India, as well as with the European Union. By our strategies and planning, we have increased the number of students coming from India to Poland is around 6,000 students in 2019. So the total students from 2014, 217, which has been reached in 2019, up to 6,000 students. So you need to understand why they are looking further to go abroad. It is not about the quality education only. It is not about employment only. It is not about migration only. We need to focus and understand the need of Indian societies. India is not focused on just one class, or only the meritorious students are seeking education. We have to understand a country with 1.37 billion people and different classes with a different financial background. Everyone is not seeking to go to Oxford or Cambridge. They are not looking to get degrees from these universities. They are looking further to develop their careers, and they're looking further to get degrees at the minimum cost with maximum exposures. These are the need of today's students. So internationalization must be focused on the competencies purposes that will give the power of students to expend less and get more from today's globalized world. That can be the meaning of internationalization. What more? The next point is integration purposes. India itself is the biggest example of integration, of multiculturalism, where we are using more than 627 dialects. And if being as an Indian, if we would like to talk from north to south people, we need to use only one linked language, what we call English. So that is the best example of a country where we can see integration process. And we are integrated with one language to communicate with several multicultural, multilingual people. So these are the best points what I'd like to share here. Let's go further. And we can see the motivation of internationalization, why it is so important. Number one, political. That issues concern the country's position and role as a nation in the world, for example, security, stability, and peace. If your people is educated or getting better policies given by the policymakers, they are satisfied with it and they continue it. As everyone is not in the position to afford their education, there must be some ad and the policy must take care of it. Economic refers to objectives related to it, either the long-term economic effects, where internationalization of higher education is seen as a contribution to the skilled human resources needed for international competitive of the nation. This is very important because many of our panelists have shared about GER, general enrollment, or the ratio I'll be presenting here, how it is going on and how it is affecting us. Academic, teaching, research, improvement in the quality of education in India, it is very much necessary needed. Culture and social. Culture and social motivation concerns on the role and place of countries' own culture and language, and on the importance of understanding foreign language and culture. For an example, I was surprised. At the same time, I was not surprised. Once I have received a group of students in 2014 or 2015, coming from South India to Poland, joining my university or other university partner universities in Poland in the month of February. They were coming with warm clothes arriving to the airport, getting out of the airport, and just shaking their hands. They were like, wow, sir, where we are. Snow country, entirely full of snow, white, and not ready for interacting with the climate, which has been faced by them at a moment when they arrive to the airport. At the same moment, when they're departing from India, they were not aware about it that it's a Polish country, and people, they don't speak English very fluent. So you have to be prepared that interacting with interaction of a local people might be in Polish language. So there are many factors which are supposed to be taken consider before we think about internationalization. Challenges for education institution in general around the world we face very often. It is happening in the developing countries that they are under resources, they are overcrowded, huge population growth. There are lack of admission places, so you have huge competitions because you have to increase the level of competition due to lack of the places. And underfunded. We have no funds to support economically background people or students. Even they're meritorious, not on top, but in between, they're not able to get education because they are not able to finance. Weak faculties. We have to improve our faculty quality. We have to give time to time their trainings. We're supposed to organize that. Course-focused job securities. Here, we are launching programs which is just asking them, come on, we have MBA, so you will get immediately hired by an institution or industries going out of your campus, or companies will come to campus to select you, and for that you have to pay huge amount as a tuition fee. And meritorious students, they are not able to afford it. There are questions of brain drain, and that we have discussed here, how we can stop migration. And many countries in Europe, you will see, they are facing demographic challenges that will come here now. The point, internationalization is also very important to realize demographic changes. Why we need to have demographic changes and how we can settle them with their needs. There is a basic principle of economics. You call it supply and demand. At the pace of population growth in India, at the same time, we are not able to accommodate our students at our institution, though we are the largest network of higher education institutions we have in India. So just coming next, low level of teachers training, weak infrastructure, institutional low payment, lack of flexibility, outbounding. So like we are discussing about the grading system, syllabus comparisons, improving curriculum, but we are discussing, we are not implementing. I do have experience with many institutions and universities from India. We have partnership with JNU. We have partnership with Mumbai University. We have partnership with all top universities from India. IMT Ghaziabad, some of you were here in our panel. We cooperate with them in 2012, 2011. We had professors Jayanti Ranjan to my university here. She used to be the head of international relations. So we cooperate at different level, and we understand that kind of needs. Today, students, they're not looking for diplomas or certificates, which has value of 0. They are looking for degrees or certificates, which will give them possibilities to find job around the world, not only in India or Poland or Europe, around the world. So they need competencies. They need confidence. They need knowledge and skills through diploma, not the piece of paper as a diploma or certificate. What more, the global higher education market and India's participation, because many of our panelists, they have mentioned so many things. Here, I'd like to just give you a few datas, and that is also considerable, because why internationalization is so important for India. Now imagine, when from India, students going abroad, it was 2 million students in 2000 to over 5.3 million students globally in 2017, according to UNESCO 2019 report. You can see here, the more than half of these were enrolled in educational program in only 6 countries: USA, UK, Australia, France, Germany, and Russian Federation. Here, you can analyze two countries, France and Germany. Quite interesting for me. And I'd like to highlight here why European Union has not been promoted to Indian education system as an example of internationalization. For an example, if a student who is joining to Poland for 3 years degree program, first year they must be at the home university here in Poland, but they do have opportunity for the second year and the third year to get to take mobility to other European countries. For example, they're in Poland, they can go to Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, wherever they have partnership, they select and they go without paying any extra amount. Even they receive money from the university, which is going to be funded by the European Union under Erasmus Plus mobility program for their stay. They can go for 6 months. So in that kind of mobilities, a student who is coming here for 3 years program, they can have at the same time 3 universities and 3 countries experiences before obtaining their bachelor degree. And that gives them a multicultural exposure, that gives them a skills improvement, that gives them to integrate with the different societies by paying at the same amount of fee. At the same time, they receive fundings, grants from the university and European Union to explore their experiences with the different culture. So these are the basic things which has been seen in the European Union by launching Erasmus Plus mobility program, or so many other programs we do have it here. What is more important here to understand, also, the 4 countries, China, India, USA, and Russia have combined share of 45% of total global tertiary enrollments. Other emerging economies with significant number of tertiary enrollment includes Brazil, Indonesia, Iran, South Korea, and Turkey. They move further, and their students, they go abroad. Why here? To think about the global higher education market, and then I will come to India. So changing world scenario shows us that the rapid expansion of tertiary education is on the way, and institutional requirements must be changed according to that needs. As I mentioned, that the India, China, USA, and Indonesia will account for over half of the world's 18 to 22 population by 2022, 2 years. And Pakistan, Nigeria, Brazil, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Philippines, Mexico, Egypt, and Vietnam will be rapidly growing populated countries. At the same time, most of the developed countries in European Union, Japan including, they do have a problem with the demography. Their seats at the universities are vacant. They are not able to get the number of students what they are looking for every academic year. So here we should consider how education sector supposed to deal with for the internationalization point of view. So in India moved, this is very critical point, what I'm going to say here. And you need to understand why and which kind of internationalization I'm talking about. India moved from a nation with 12% literacy in 1947 to 74% literacy rate as per the 2011 census. Gross enrollment ratio, this is quite important to understand again. Primary and secondary male percentage in India was reported at 86.54% in 2017. India has also the largest population of about 500 million in the age of 5 to 24 years age group. The total enrollment in higher education has been estimated to be 37.4 million in 2019. And the Indian education sector was estimated on 91.7 billion US dollar in 2018, 101.1 US dollar in 2019, and expected to nearly double to 180 billion US dollar by 2021 in 1 year. India has over 250 million school-going students, more than any other country in the world. It has also one of the largest network of the higher education institutions in the world. There are 993 universities, 39,931 colleges, and 10,725 standalone institutions. Now here, the central government plans also to expand education industry as per the need, and it has given entirely 1 billion state introduction and skills development initiative program. That was the expenses which has been received from the central government. 400 million students youth by 2020 is supposed to be skilled by such kind of program which has been launched. The Skill India program has benefited more than 1 crore, that is 10 million youth annually under Union Budget 2019-2020. The government provides rupees 400 crore, that is 57.3 billion US dollar for world-class institution. And here now you can see 56 institutes were represented from India in the Time Higher Education Emerging Economies University Ranking 2020. Education sector in India remain to be strategic as a priority. And here, government has allowed, this is very important point what I'm going to mention here, government has allowed 100% foreign direct investment in education sector. But the question is, what happened with this foreign direct investment policies and how we have seen it? In general, it is quite successful because according to the data released by Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, India's education sector stood at 3.24 billion between April 2000 to March 2020. That is the data here. And in 2020, it has already received 795 million US dollar from US dollar and 108 million in corresponding like from the last year. But then we have heard from our previous speaker, Professor Dr. Mittal, that government is initiating to invite top 100 or 200 universities to India, but they are not showing at all their interest to settle their campuses in India. Question is why? And then you have two answers. And I would like to mention here why, and then you see, if you have a law and the regulations, any company or a university, they would like to start their campus in India, they must be registered in India as per the company law, that is under Section 8 of Indian Company Law, Company Act, and they must be in the nature of non-profit organization. That is the main point, non-profit organization. If any university or investment in private sector coming from the world institutions, why they like to be in the nature of non-profit making institutions being as investor in India? They have minimum, then no foreign universities or institutions can provide degree to the Indian students unless such universities and institutions are confirmed as foreign educational providers by the government of India. Minimum establishment of university educational institutions should be minimum 20 years in its own country. And you are talking about up to 200 ranks. They have their own establishment in their countries, and thinking about the new establishment in India, it is not beneficially at all for them. Employment of faculty and teaching curriculum must be approved by UGC. Again, once you are signing MOU, you must take care about it, that what you are signing, it should be approved by UGC. If not, you cannot launch it.
I'm sorry for interruption, but I'm afraid that we may be a little short on time.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So can we have a few minutes, or just you want me to stop now?
Maybe we can have a minute to wrap this point.
All right. So I'd like to just give you here a few short slides you can have. I could share with you that why India is not popular among international students. Those, when we are considering how many students they are coming from abroad, we are finding all underdeveloping or developing countries students they are coming to the Indian universities, and they are the neighbor countries rather than the OECD countries. Why? there are many reasons here that I have listed, and due to lack of time, I could not mention with you. So during the last 5 years, hundreds of universities in numbers, it has been increased. Many programs in the digital program, what we have here improved. But again, we need to understand that India is multicultural, multilingual, and each of the section, each of the states, people, they are not familiar to use digital platform to be educated. And at the same time, what we need to consider about demand and supply model, that what is the need of the Indian education system and what we are going to provide them, which will connect them, education and industries together, which will give benefit to the students for the future perspective. With these words, I stop my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. So with this, we have come to the... Right. I think there are a lot of questions, but we might not be able to take them up due to the paucity of time. But I'm sure those questions will be conveyed to the panelists, and then maybe panelists can connect with these people. I would now request a technical team to kindly propose the resolution for this session. So we have a tradition wherein by the end of this session, we propose a resolution and the audiences either vote for it, supporting it, or against it. So here I think, getting displayed in a bit. Yes, right. I appeal to all the audiences who are watching this virtually online to kindly vote for the resolution if they believe in it. We, the teachers of 4th National Teachers Congress 2020, appeal to the government and the Ministry of Higher Education to initiate a policy on national level, discipline-wise ranking of teachers, which enhances the competitiveness and nurture the transparency for quality assessment.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, here you can see on your screen the pop-up box for voting for the resolution. I think all the audiences must be voting now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to quickly request Dr. Lata Krishnan, the Dean for International Affairs at MIT World Peace University, to kindly propose the formal vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, one and all present today. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes.
Good evening, one and all present today in this virtual platform of 4th NTC 2020. The new National Education Policy 2020 takes a step towards internationalization of higher education by proposing a legislative framework that allows foreign universities to operate in India and similarly encourages high-performing Indian universities to set up campuses in other countries. On behalf of our founder president, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karaji, our executive president, Shri Rahul V. Karaji, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.T. Raoji, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnisji, and other Pro Vice Chancellors, Dean, faculty, and staff, and on my own behalf, I indeed feel deeply honored to propose a vote of thanks in this 4th National Teachers Congress 2020. I greatly thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General at Association of Indian Universities, for providing us with wonderful insight towards internationalization of higher education and highlighting on NEP through its regulation and policy implementation in letter and spirit can explore collaborative efforts like student exchange, faculty exchange, research projects, and joint degrees and transfer of credit in real sense. I also thank Dr. Pushpa Wood, Director of Financial Education and Research Center, School of Economics and Finance, Massey University, University of New Zealand, for emphasizing on inclusive, equitable, quality education, which promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030 through internationalization. I also thank Dr. Bhumika Gupta, Associate Professor, Telecom École de Management Paris, for enlightening us on world-class teaching, attracting talent pool, low-cost education, leadership program for academicians through exchange, diversity, and capacity building. I immensely thank Dr. Sushil Sharma, Associate Dean and Professor of Computer Information System, Miller College of Business at Ball State University, for providing excellent insights on internationalization being a tool to achieve globalization through research, teaching, training, and grants. I also thank Dr. Pradeep Kumar, President at Indo-European Education Foundation, for his exchange of knowledge on internationalization from different perspectives, from the point of view of students, teachers, policy makers, and academic institutions. And I also thank all delegates, teachers, students, and the technical team for their constant support. The NEP and internationalization of education is in line with the observation of Gurudev Sri Rabindranath Tagore. I want to build a house with open windows in all directions so that the wind may freely flow in from all sides without me being swept off my feet, meaning we should assimilate the best from abroad while retaining our cultural roots. In other words, the best of the Occident and the Orient. This process will contribute to Bharatiya Vidya, as Dr. K.M. Munshi called it. We will then produce the better equipped students, competent, cultured, and more spiritual. This will eventually lead to world peace. This is Vishwa Shanti. Thank you all. Dhanyavad. Thank you so much for giving us your insights. Thanks, one and all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this, I announce this is the formal closure of the session. And before we go offline, just a quick announcement about tomorrow's session. So tomorrow we are meeting sharp at 2:30, and the theme of the session is quality in education, ranking and accreditation. So hope to see you all on for the last session, and see you in large numbers, as today probably greater than today. And once again, let's assemble on this great occasion of 4th National Teachers Congress 2020. Thank you, everybody, once again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.